Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to a lawless frontier, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Indian country! Tonto's waiting for us there! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The first wagon trains to enter the newly opened western territories were attacked not only by hostile Indians, but by vicious white outlaws as well. Such was the fate of the small train that carried Jack Laramie, his young wife Edith, and their 4-year-old son Ted. A band of outlaws attacked the train and left no survivors, with one exception, the boy, Ted Laramie. The discovery of the boy presented a serious problem. Even these men found it impossible to kill in cold blood. They were unwilling to abandon the child in the wilderness, but to carry the lone survivor of their raid to the nearest settlement would link them with their crime. 2 men, appointed by the outlaw leader, took the child to an Indian village and left him there. After 5 years, only one of the outlaws remained at large, and no one knew of the part he'd played in the tragedy of the wagon train. Now, in our first scene, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto sitting motionless on their great horses, their eyes sweeping the valley below them.
You say the boy rides this way often, Tonto?
That's right.
You're sure this is the right valley?
And Tonto not make mistake. Indian village, over there.
We've been waiting for more than an hour. Perhaps you wouldn't ride this far alone.
You wait. Him come.
Your Indian friend might have misinformed you, but... There's a rider, Tonto.
Ah.
A boy. Maybe the one we want. We'll stop him, Tonto. Come on,
Get
Silver.
up, Scout.
I've heard rumors of white children living with Indians before, Kemosabe. But but usually they're wrong.
You find out.
He's seen us. Hello there!
Him wave hand.
Oh, there, Silver.
Oh.
He's just a youngster, Tonto, but he rides well.
Him ride plenty well.
Here he comes.
How?
Tonto,
What matter?
this boy is white. He's dressed like an Indian. He's been tanned by the sun. There can't be any mistake.
That's right.
Can you understand white man's talk?
Lenatico, Motegola
What did he say, Tonto?
Him say him call little beaver.
Then he doesn't understand English. He must have been very young when he first joined the Indians. Ask him if he knows where he comes from, who his people are.
Denka, Romot,
Saligomo,
Mini Hana, Talke Kat.
Tanomolo Comini, Tipaket, Mole Mete.
Ido. Him live with Crow Indian. Him live there many moon. Him ask about you. Say him member pale face. Long time past.
He's probably still got a few memories of his parents, Tonto, even though he doesn't understand those memories. And it's likely that I'm the first white man he's seen since he lost his parents. He calls himself Little Beaver, but that's only his Indian name, of course. Wait, what's that hanging from that leather strap on his wrist?
It. Ring.
I wonder... Ask him if I can look at it.
Palotan de Nikota. Pelat.
Bada panic,
Him show you.
Good. It's a small gold ring, Tonto, like children often wear. May give a clue to his identity. Yes. The engraving is almost worn away, but you can still make it out. T. Laramie. Laramie. Where have I heard that name before, Kimosabe?
That name feller in Red Run.
Red Run, that's it. That old couple from the east that was in Red Run when we were there. No one seemed to know what their business was.
What you think?
It may mean nothing. Their names being the same might be only an accident. But on the other hand, it might explain why those people came to the west.
Tika!
Go! You want Tonto get him?
Let him go, Tonto. But this is something we're going to look into. We'll leave Little Beaver with his Indian friends for the present. He looks happy and healthy. He's safer here for a while.
That's right.
Well, he's only a boy. As he grows older and his mind develops, he'll never be satisfied leading the life of a savage. If he's related to the Laramies and Red Run, and they seem decent people, we'll return for him. Come on, Tonto. We'll find a place to camp for the night. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
It was a week later that the Lone Ranger, disguised but without his mask, stood outside the sheriff's office. The door opened, and the sheriff escorted an elderly couple out onto the porch.
Well, Mr. Laramie, if it's your notion I've been handling this thing wrong, I reckon I'll have to try it your way.
You've heard nothing at all from your deputies?
Not a blame thing. I've got all four of them on the job.
Then I'd appreciate it if you'd take my suggestion, Sheriff.
Well, it's up to you. I'll see the word gets around if that's what you want.
Thank you.
And, ma'am, don't you be giving up hope yet. There's still lots of chances.
I won't, Sheriff.
Come along, Jenny. Good day, Sheriff. If you hear anything, we'll be at the hotel.
I'll let you know first news I get.
Sheriff.
Huh? Oh, howdy, stranger.
Those were the Laramies, weren't they?
That's their handle, all right. And what's it to you?
I know they're from the east, Sheriff. I wondered what their business was in Red Run.
Now, look here.
Or is it a secret?
It would be if I had anything to do with it. But, shucks, I might as well tell you about it as anybody, I guess. I promised I'd spread the word around.
Yes?
Don't suppose you remember a wagon train that was massacred east of here about 5 years back, do you?
5 years ago? I believe I do recall something.
Well, them folks you just seen leave my office had a son traveling with them wagons. There was him and his wife and a young'un.
Sheriff, how old was the child?
About 4, I think they said. Say, you act as though maybe you knew something.
Go ahead, Sheriff. What's the rest of the story?
Well, it just so happens that I was one of the first fellows to come across them folks that was killed in the raid. We found enough to identify most of them, but there weren't no kid 4 years old among them.
You're sure of that?
Of course I am. Wouldn't forget a thing like that. Well, as I was saying, young Laramie and his wife was found, but no trace of the kid. The old folks never knew what happened to him until just recent.
Until recently?
Yep. They come into a sizable amount of cash and decided to come west and do some hunting. They got this far, heard about what happened to the wagon train, and now they're hoping maybe the young'un wasn't killed.
They look like good people, Sheriff.
Stranger, they don't come no finer, poor old folks. Hardest thing I ever did was tell them what happened to their boy and his wife. Now they got their hearts so dead set on finding the kid. I sure hate to think what'll happen when they find out it ain't no use.
You don't believe the child can be found?
Shucks, it ain't reasonable, is it, mister? A young'un just 4 years old and left to grow up by himself, and that 5 years back? I wouldn't say the same to them. But if that kid's found, I'll eat my saddle.
What was the boy's name?
Ted, Theodore. Named after his Moore's father, they said.
But why hasn't this been told around? Those people have been here for almost a month.
Yeah, and I've had my 4 deputies searching the country for the past 2 weeks. But what I was trying to guard against was crooks hearing about the search.
You mean they might get a hold of the boy first?
Either that or try to pass off some other young'un in his place. When folks got as much cash as the Laramies have got, crooks will do most anything to cheat 'em out of it.
That's true, Sheriff.
But now old Laramie says I gotta let it be known, so I reckon I ain't got no choice. Hey, what's your hurry?
I'll see you again, Sheriff. Here, Silver.
Well, now look here, stranger. If you know anything about this you ain't
If
told,
I said I'd see you
But
again.
wait.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The boy we saw is related to the Laramies, Tonto. We'll get him and return him to his grandparents. That's good thing. Come on, Silver! There's the village, Tonto. Look, there's something going on. You hear the Indians chanting?
There's plenty trouble.
I wonder what's happened.
Me find out.
You can?
There come Indian rider. Me know him name Long Arrow.
Long Arrow? Isn't he the Indian who told you about the boy in the first place, Tonto?
That's right.
Call him, Kemosabe. Ask him where the boy is. Tell him we found the boy's relatives. We want to speak to the chief about returning Ted to his own people.
Kimosabe, Long Arrow.
Oh, Tonto.
No peta.
Lock two.
Benekte, te panmut.
Dakota, Telpe, Dosante, Nipo, Dek Mat.
Him say boy, gone.
Gone? But where? How?
Dakut.
Tenlo Makte Kinma, Ako Relit.
Quick, Tonto.
Him not know where boy gone. Him say little beaver and 2 Indian go hunt. Them find Indian dead. Little beaver gone.
You mean the boy went hunting with 2 Indians and disappeared and the Indians were found killed?
That right.
But who did it?
Them not know. That's why big trouble in village. All Indian feel bad.
And we're too late. Someone knew the boy was here. And I'm afraid the sheriff was right when he said he feared crooks might get a hold of him.
What we do?
Thank Long Arrow for the information. Tell him we're friends of the boy, and we'll try to find him again. And ask him to keep the boy here if the Indians discover him before we do.
Malut, Gemu, Lotek.
Nikat, Tonto.
Him do that.
Then back to Red Run, Tonto. We've got to find out why the boy was stolen. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
One evening, several days later, the boy's grandparents were seated in the sheriff's office, talking to the lawman.
Well, Mr. Laramie, I don't know what to think. Every one of my deputies have reported back, and they never found a thing. I did what you asked me, told the folks in town about it, and still we ain't got no word.
And we thought we were getting closer to him at last.
Shucks, ma'am. All my deputies are on hand now. I can send them out again if you'd rather.
No.
What the? Who threw that?
Oh,
Hey, wait, it's a note. Somebody wrapped it up in this stone and tossed it in here.
a note.
Let me see that.
And look, there's a ring with it. A small gold ring. See what the note says, will you, Mr. Laramie? I'm going to find out if one of my deputies seen who threw it. Hey, fellas. Duke, Gus, Leo, Slim, come here. Somebody just threw a note inside here. Gus, did you see who done it?
Gosh, ain't seen nobody around, Sheriff.
Duke.
Me neither.
How about you, Leo?
I reckon I was sort of dozing, Sheriff. I never heard nothing till you yelled.
Oh, blast it. What do you say, Slim?
Gosh, Sheriff, I'm sorry, but
Doggone, I ought to fire the lot of you. You must be going blind or deaf. What's the note say, Mr. Laramie?
Sheriff, it seems impossible.
Huh?
My grandson's been found. This ring's the one I gave him on his 2nd birthday.
Found?
The note says so.
Oh, here, give me that. I'll find out what this is all about.
Read it to us, Sheriff.
Why, that dirty, low-down polecat.
What's it say?
The fellow that's got the young'un wants $10,000 cash to give him back.
Oh, no.
We'll pay it gladly.
Not by a blame sight you won't. I'm the law here, and I won't stand for no such thing.
But we may never see him alive again if we don't.
The skunk's just bluffing. If he thinks I can...
Look there! I bet that's a fellow you want, Sheriff.
Well, stop him. Fire at him.
I missed. He's most out of sight already.
A polecat. Well, there he is, men. Catch that fella and we'll have the boy. Come on. Get to your horse.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now, to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger was seen riding away from the sheriff's office after a note had been thrown in the window demanding $10,000 for the return of Ted Laramie, he was believed to be the outlaw who had kidnapped the child. The masked man, however, escaped from the sheriff's posse and made his way to the small camp where Tonto waited.
Oh, there's something. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
What matter?
Tonto, somebody's made Ted a prisoner. He wants $10,000 for his return.
Oh, that's bad,
You have to act fast, Tonto. I heard the sheriff tell Martin Laramie he wouldn't let him pay the money.
Huh?
The sheriff doesn't know he's dealing with a murderer. He's already killed 2 men to get the child. He'll not hesitate to kill again if he has to.
I don't think you're right.
I don't believe in paying money to outlaws, but if we don't dare risk the boy's life, I have a plan to get the money back and find the guilty man.
What plan?
I'm going back to town and talk to Laramie and the sheriff. It's dangerous, but I have to persuade them to follow the instructions they received. And you'll have to make a long trip as fast as you can.
I'm me glad to do that.
Now listen closely, and I'll tell you how we'll trap the man we're after.
That same night, the sheriff returned to his office where the Laramies were anxiously waiting.
I'm sorry, folks, but the masked fella got clean away.
You lost all trace of him?
The way that hombre rode, it'd take a horse with wings to keep up with him. The deputies are still hunting him. But I come back to let you know how things stood.
Sheriff, you can't let any harm come to our grandson.
Ma'am, we'll get that crook sooner or later. And when we do, he'll be wishing he wasn't ever born. He's going to decorate a rope, and, folks, that's a promise.
I'd rather you let me pay the money that's asked.
I told you before what I thought about that.
But
Didn't
Sheriff,
someone just ride up? I was sure I heard a horse.
perhaps it's one of your deputies, Sheriff.
If it is, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Listen, they got track of the fellow they was hunting. I'd give them orders to stay on the job till morning if they had to. And if they don't...
Oh.
Well, I'll be...
It's the masked man you were looking for.
Keep your hands away from your gun, Sheriff.
You're
coming.
Blast
Our
you.
grandson. Don't harm him. We'll pay anything you ask.
Just give him back, and we'll ask no questions.
I haven't got your grandson.
We know you have, and by heavens, you'll hang
I'm
for
here to
it.
help you.
Well, you
Just to
load
make
up.
sure you don't interfere, Sheriff, I'll take your gun.
You'll pay for this.
Stand still. There. Now just put it on the desk over here. So you'll not try to reach for it.
Stranger, can't we come to terms?
The boy means everything to us. We're not young anymore, and if we don't get him back, there won't be anything left for us to live for.
You'll get him back.
You expect us to believe that?
You'll have to. But first, I want to know exactly what was said in the note you received.
You don't have to be told. You wrote it.
Answer my question.
I asked for $10,000.
I know that. But how was the money to be delivered, and when?
The note mentioned a bridge.
The old bridge, it was called.
That's only a mile out of town.
He said to get paper money, put it in a package, hide the package at the east end of the bridge.
Did he say when?
He gave us a week.
Can you get the money together within a week?
I can. I'm sure I can. I've already spoken to the banker. He'll send to Mortonville for it.
Good. Then follow those instructions exactly.
You rotten polecat. You can't get away with this. I'm warning you. Your life ain't going to be worth a plug nickel around these parts.
Sheriff, I believe I can convince you that I'm not guilty.
You can't do no such thing.
Do you remember talking to a stranger some time ago? A man who asked you about the Laramies?
Let me see.
He was the first man you told about the hunt for the child after you'd promised the Laramies to spread the word around.
Wait, I recollect now. He had a white horse, and he called... he called his horse Silver, too.
I'm the same man.
Then, by thunder, you did get the kid. That's why you were so blamed interested. Dad ratted, I even told you about these folks being worth a sight of cash. I wish I'd known then that
Listen to me. Sheriff, I'm going to tell you what happened after I spoke to you that day. I'm going to tell you why I spoke to you. Then I'll explain what I want you to do. If you still refuse, I'll have to try another plan. But I'm quite sure you won't.
All right, fellas, tonight's the night. And the cash is already down by the bridge like the note said.
Sheriff, you want us to hide somewhere so we can see who gets it?
Not by a blame sight. You fellas are my deputies, and you'll do just like I say. Don't go near that cash.
All right,
that goes for all you fellas. You, Gus.
All right.
And you, Leo. Duke and Slim, too.
But what's the idea?
The Laramies want the kid back alive. That's the idea. And they're not taking any chances on the crook getting scared and making off.
But what are we supposed to do?
Just go about your business like always. There's enough to keep you busy without meddling. All I gotta say is this. If that crook gets scared off on account of one of you, I'll have your badges. Now get it.
All right.
It's after 11 o'clock. You don't think anything could have gone wrong, do you?
Don't worry, Mrs. Laramie. The note said the boy would be returned as soon as the money was paid. We've made it easy for the man who captured your grandson to get the money without being seen. He'd have nothing to gain and everything to lose by keeping the boy after that.
I suppose so.
If you folks ain't comfortable waiting here in my office, maybe it wouldn't hurt none to go down to the hotel.
I don't think that would be wise, Sheriff. The note we left for the money said to send the boy here.
Oh, he could ask for us, couldn't he?
You forget. He speaks only the language of his tribe. He understands no English at all.
Poor young'un.
Just waiting, watching the clock. I can't stand it much longer.
You'll have to be patient, Mr. Laramie.
It's going to be all right, Martin.
11:15.
I sure hope you didn't make no mistake in your figuring, stranger.
I didn't. I'm sure of that.
Martin.
Jenny, what is it?
Outside there. You see through the window. That boy.
I saw nothing.
Oh, I see him now, ma'am. He stepped in front of the light from the cafe.
Dressed like an Indian.
Yes, that's him. Sheriff, the boy's free. Now we can set our trap.
And by thunder, we will.
Get the boy. Keep him here. But my friend's waiting in back. I'll go out this way. Sheriff, do what I told you. I'll be back in an hour.
Right.
And when I get back, we'll catch the crook you're looking for. Here, Silver. All right, old fellow. Now to ride to camp and get Tonto. Come on, Silver. Pull this over. No, boy. No, steady, boy. Tonto! You ready? Everything's set, Tonto. Where's Gray Elk? Gray Elk. Has Tonto explained everything to you, Gray Elk?
Me do like him telling me.
Then get to your horses. We're returning to town.
Yes, Count.
Me get 'em horse. I told the sheriff we'd be back in an hour. We'll have to hurry.
You see, boy?
Yes, Tonto. The boy was set free.
That heap good.
Be ready. Catch 'em, bad fella. Then come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Hey, Slim.
What do you want, Sheriff?
Did you get a hold of the rest of the deputies like I told you?
They're coming. They're right behind me.
Then tell them to get a move on.
Hurry up, fellas. The sheriff wants you in the office right now.
We're hurrying as fast as we can.
What's the rush?
Get in here and find out.
What's ailing you, Sheriff? Something happened?
Just step inside, all you, and sit down.
Howdy, Mr. Laramie. Hello, Duke. Hello, men.
Say, Sheriff, where's the kid? I thought Slim said he'd come back. The boy's over at the hotel, Mrs. Laramie. We didn't figure we ought to have him around for what we're going to do.
Huh? What do you mean by that, Sheriff?
Never you mind, Leo. You'll have you soon enough. But right now, we're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Waiting for the masked hombre and some friends of his, Gus.
Say, you ain't idiot enough to think that feller'd come walking in here after getting that $10,000, do you?
Just you wait and see.
You must have gone loco.
Duke, before I'm through here, maybe you'll change your mind.
You're sure acting mighty mysterious, Sheriff. How about letting us in on what's going on? We're your deputies, ain't we?
Uh-huh. And that's just why I'm keeping my mouth shut for now.
Huh?
Because you are my deputies.
That don't make sense. I can't...
Here we are, Sheriff.
Just hold your horses, fellas. The masked man's here to straighten things out, and I'm helping him.
Who in blazes is the engine?
This is Gray Elk. He's the medicine man from the tribe that raised young Ted Laramie.
Laramie?
Oh.
You said the redskin would have some information for us, didn't you?
I said he had a story to tell, and he came here to tell it.
Huh? What story?
One moment. Counting Gray Elk and myself, there are 8 men in this office. And one of us is a murderer and a kidnapper.
Where do you get off making a charge like that?
You're crazy.
Wait. Sheriff, except for your deputies, I was the first man to be told about the search for Ted. And when Tonto and I returned for the boy, he was gone, stolen. That meant he could have been seized only by someone who knew of the search before I did.
Go on.
And that, in turn, pointed to your deputies.
Shut up. Keep right on, masked fella.
You'll remember I was close to your office the night the ransom note was thrown in the window. Close enough to know I was the only one who approached this building. Outside of your deputies again.
Well, what are you talking about?
So the guilty man has to be one of your men, Sheriff.
Which one?
There's Duke and Slim, Leo and Gus. You'll learn the right one in a moment, Sheriff. Now, Gray Elk, tell us what you saw.
What's the redskin got to do with this? What right you got
Slim,
to
when
say...
I said to shut up, I meant it. The masked man's handle this any way he sees fit.
Gray Elk, how did you happen to know Ted Laramie?
Find him many moon past. Take boy in tribe. Call him Little Beaver.
How long ago was that?
That 5 year white man time.
Now, Gray Elk, tell us when you saw Ted the last time.
Him ride with Indian friend near village. Bad white man come. White man shoot Indian. Take Little Beaver.
Quiet. Gray Elk, this is the most important question of all. Answer it carefully. Did you get a good look at the man who stole Ted away?
Me see him. Me near when him kill him.
Is that man in this room?
Him here.
Now, Gray Elk, point him out.
Him.
No, you don't. You're not going to get me.
Watch out, it's Duke. Grab him.
You got the light. Stop that killer. The first time he follows me out, gets drilled.
Me get him.
Hey, let me loose, Flasher. I'll fetch you for this.
Lamp to see by.
If I could get my hands loose,
You're all through, Duke.
It was a blasted medicine man recognized me, the spinal things.
You killed 2 of his tribesmen, Duke. You tell us how you knew where to find the boy, or you'll be turned over to the Indians for punishment.
No, don't do that. They'll torture me. I saved them redskins. You wouldn't do that.
Then talk.
I was one of them that left the kid near the village 5 years ago.
You must have been one of the outlaws who massacred the wagon train.
Don't turn me over to the redskins.
White man's justice will punish you, Duke.
Golly, stranger, was sure lucky Gray Elk recognized Duke.
But he didn't, Sheriff. It's the first time he ever saw Duke in his life.
What? The first time?
I knew one of your men had a guilty conscience, Sheriff, and Gray Elk played his part to prove it.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I was tricked.
You got only yourself to blame for it. Come on, Sheriff. Let's put him in a safe place to keep for hanging.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's trouble over in Danville! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good morning, Matt. Chester. Hello, Doc.
Well, what are you doing up so early, Doc?
Early? It's almost noon.
Well, that's early for some people.
Oh, early for some people. I didn't come here to get into any personal arguments, Matt. I want to borrow one of your shotguns. Borrow a shotgun?
Well, who do you think you are, Doc Holliday?
All righty, I've asked you nice. Now I'll just help myself. Good. It's loaded. But I'll need more than these 2 shells. Where do you keep them?
Well, fetch him a handful, Chester.
Yes, sir. Yes, at least a handful. There's no telling what I might run into.
Here you are. What's the matter? Don't you trust your aim, Doc, or are you planning to blow up a whole lot of people?
None of your business, but I have to go up the river to Pierceville for a week or so, and I thought I might bag a few quail and prairie chicken along the way.
Well, that won't make very good eating, Doc.
Oh, is that so, and why not?
Well, all you're going to get's feathers.
Oh, I'm going to get what?
We don't keep those guns here to shoot birds with, you know.
Yeah. Oh, fellow. Here, Chester, give me some decent ammunition, will you?
Well, you didn't say what you wanted it for, Doc.
Do I have to explain I'm not a murderer?
This the U.S. Marshal's office?
Yeah, that's right. Come on in, mister.
I got something to tell you, Marshal.
Okay.
First, you better say my name. Emmett Dooley.
All right, Dooley.
Now, for what I got to tell you. I've been skinning hides, Marshal, working for a buffalo hunter named Culprit. You know him?
No, I don't.
Well, there was this Culprit and his partner Faber and me and the cook. Nobody knows the cook's name. We just call him the cook. And we was camped up the Arkansas River at Turkey Bend. You know where that is?
Yeah, I know.
Well, sir, Culprit, he broke out some whiskey night before last, and we all took to drinking it. And, Marshal, it's a bad thing, but when I drink whiskey, I get kind of senseless.
Well, most men do, Dooley.
Not like me. I go crazy wild. You won't believe it to look at me, Marshal, but I'm a dangerous man when I'm drinking whiskey.
I see. Well, what happened the other night?
That fella Faber I was telling you about?
Yeah?
I killed him, Marshal.
You did?
Yes, sir. I shot and killed him. I don't know why I did it, except that I was senseless drunk on that whiskey. I don't even remember doing it, Marshal, but when I come to next morning, them other fellas told me about it. They'd already buried him. They showed me his grave. Poor old Faber. I feel awful bad I did it.
Dooley, most men, when they kill somebody, don't come tell the law about it. Why did you?
I never killed nobody before, Marshal, and I can't have shooting Faber on my mind. I had to come.
Well, where are the rest of these people? Colpit and the cook.
Ooh, they went off onto the prairie somewhere hunting buffalo. I got no idea where they are. Well, you going to hang them, Marshal?
No, I don't hang men.
Then what I come here for? You the law, ain't you?
Look, Dooley, nobody gets hung before they get tried. And I can't send you up for trial unless I see the body of the man you killed.
But I told you, Marshal, it was Faber I killed.
Okay, it was Faber, but I gotta testify that a crime has been committed, and the law reads I can't do that without seeing the body.
You calling me a liar?
No, I'm not calling you a liar.
And I don't understand none of this.
Well, don't you worry about it, Dooley. I'll take care of it.
How?
I'll ride out to Turkey Bend and find the grave.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Marshal. No, sir, not in this weather.
Well, I don't have to bring him into Dodge, Dooley. I can leave him buried there.
Oh, well, I'll go with you.
No, you won't. It's a bad enough trip as it is.
You don't like me because I'm a murderer.
I like you fine, Dooley. I mean... Chester, will you lock him up? Turkey Bend was about 20 miles up the Arkansas, and since he was headed that way, Doc Adams rode along with us. We reached the campsite about mid-afternoon, but it took us another hour to find the grave. There was no marker on it, and in fact, only the color of the fresh-turned earth made it possible to find it all. Chester and I did the shovel work, and Doc did the examining.
What's he taking so long for, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, Doc's slow, Chester, but he doesn't miss much.
Well, what's there to miss? He's just a shot man. I mean, a Doc-shot man. I mean, a man...
Never mind, Chester. Oh, he's through now.
You can put him back now. I've seen all I need.
Well, I should hope so, Doc. What was you looking for, measles?
It isn't what I was looking for, Chester. It's what I found.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
Matt, I remember Dooley saying he shot this man. Is that right?
Well, that's what he said.
Well, little Dooley got it all mixed up. Faber there didn't die from a bullet. He died from a knife.
What?
Right through the heart.
A knife, huh? Yeah, Dooley sure did get it mixed up. That or somebody told him wrong.
It don't make sense.
Well, it'd make more sense if I could talk to Colpit.
Well, how are you ever going to find him out here? He could be anywhere, any direction. We might be weeks looking for him.
Now, we'll make him come to us, Chester. Him and the cook both.
Come to us? How?
You'll see. When we get back to Dodge.
Almost 100 years ago, Charles Kingsley wrote that tobacco is a lone man's companion, a bachelor's friend, a hungry man's food, a sad man's cordial, a wakeful man's sleep, and a chilly man's fire. These words describe what Chesterfield means to millions of smokers today. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine. Best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield Regular. Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places.
Bring him in, Chester.
Come on, Dooley. Sun is up and the dew is almost gone from all the little plants and flowers.
Chester woke me up, Marshal.
You're going to have to do your sleeping somewhere else from now on, Dooley.
I can sleep anywhere, anytime. That's what I like about winter. Nothing to do but sleep.
Dooley, I'm turning you loose.
What?
I don't want you to leave Dodge, but I don't want you in jail either.
What's the matter with me being in jail? I shot a man, didn't I? You saw the body, didn't you? You got the evidence?
Now, don't you worry about it, Dooley. Just do what I tell you to. I want you to stay in Dodge, but not in jail.
What? I got no money. I got nothing to eat. I got no place to sleep. I'm a buffalo skinner. How am I going to get a job in Dodge?
Here, Dooley. Here's $10. Now, you can live on that fine.
No.
Now, go on, take it.
Well, okay. But I'm not a man to borrow money.
Now, you're doing me a favor.
I should have made Culprit pay me off. Like he said, it didn't make sense. Me being in jail, I couldn't spend nothing.
They may pay you off yet, Dooley.
What?
Never mind. But look, if I catch you drinking that money, I'm going to take it away from you and you'll starve.
Oh, I won't be drinking, Marshal. Didn't I tell you how crazy and dangerous I am when I drink whiskey? No, sir, I won't do that.
Good. Now, if anybody asks you why you're not in jail, tell them I said I'm waiting for something.
Waiting for what?
Well, say I didn't tell you. And one other thing. Don't you tell anybody we rode out and found Faber's body. Don't tell anybody at all. Just forget about that.
I'm all mixed up, Marshal. Am I still under arrest?
No, Dooley. Now, why don't you go on and get out of here? I got work to do, huh?
Can I come see you sometime? You and Chester?
Sure. Of course you can. But I don't want you hanging around here all day.
Okay. I won't. Just once in a while. I wouldn't feel right otherwise, Marshal. Me being a murderer and all. So long.
So long, Dooley.
Bye, Dooley. Mr. Dillon?
What, Chester?
How come you didn't tell Dooley that Faber was killed with a knife? He's still thinking he shot him, the poor little cuss.
I know. I'm sorry I have to do it this way, but word will get around. It'll get clear out onto the prairie, even. And when it does, I don't want Culprit and the cook to be scared off. I only want them to be real curious. So curious they'll come to Dodge and start asking questions.
Well, what good'll that do?
We'll find out when they get here, Chester.
Sugar, Mr. Dillon?
No, thanks, Chester.
No, sir, I didn't mean to you on some. I meant I wanted some.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. This coffee's mighty black tonight.
Chester, you know, sugar's not going to change the color of the coffee.
No, sir, but it sure sweetens it up.
Yeah.
Well, look at there. It's Dooley.
Huh? Oh, Dooley. Well, sit down. Have a cup of coffee, huh?
Well, ain't you going to say hello, Dooley?
I can't stand it no more. You got to help me.
Oh, what's the matter, Dooley? What's troubling you?
2 days. I've been out of jail 2 days. I can't go to another one, Mark.
Well, why? What is it?
Well, everybody treats me bad. They won't have nothing to do with me. They say I admit shooting a man, I ought to be in jail. I'm talking about you too, Marshal, for letting me out.
People talk whatever I do.
Well, I can't face them out no more. And anyways, I did kill him. I ought to be in jail. Well, Marshal, this way I feel like I'd stole a sheep. That's how I feel, just like I'd stole a sheep.
I'm sorry, Dooley.
You gotta help me. Last night they wouldn't even let me sleep in the room in the house or the hotel, nor no place.
Seems to me the citizens of Dodge are getting mighty high-minded all of a sudden. But I'll help you, Dooley.
Thanks, Marshal.
But not in jail. I can't let you stay there. But there's a shack out back of the jail that belongs to Doc. He stores some stuff in it.
Say, that's an idea. And I'll give you some blankets, Julie. We got plenty of them around.
Doc might find me and shoot me or something.
Oh, no, he won't do that. He won't be back for a week or more. Anyway, he'll be glad you're using the place.
Well, can I stay in it all day, too?
Sure you can. And if you'll show yourself somewhere every now and then, you know? I don't want anybody to think that you've left Dodge.
I gotta eat. Will that do it?
Fine.
Okay. But, Marshal, I'd sure like to know what a man has to do to get jailed in Dodge City, Kansas.
I don't know what Dooley did to pass the time, but for the next few days he hid day and night in Doc's shack back of the jail and came out only to eat a meal in a restaurant now and then. I felt sorry for him, but I'd have felt sorrier if he'd been hung for a crime I knew he was innocent of. A week passed and nothing happened until one day when I went into the general store after a new watch chain I'd ordered. Mr. Jonas wasn't there, but Kitty was.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, Kitty, you gonna buy that hat?
Like it?
Oh, it looks fine.
Really? You sure?
Oh, yeah, take it. You won't do better than that.
I had Mr. Jonas order it 6 months ago.
Huh? Oh, well, the mails are slow sometimes.
It came on the Santa theme, Matt, not by Pony Express.
What?
I ordered this hat 6 months ago. It arrived 4 months ago, and I've been wearing it ever since.
Where's Mr. Jonas, Kitty?
I'm glad you like it, though. He's out back trying to sell somebody a new wagon.
Oh? Oh, well, that's a bigger item than my watch chain. I better come back tomorrow.
Wait, here he comes now.
Wagon you can buy, mister. I guarantee you'll never have any trouble with it.
It's too expensive. What's the matter with them Conestoga people? They raise their prices every year.
And I'll tell you what I'll do. If I don't sell that wagon by noon tomorrow, you can have it $50 off.
You mean that?
You have my word, noon tomorrow.
And I'm camped down on the river, right where the cottonwoods begin. Suppose you drive it out there at noon.
No. If you want it, you'll have to pick it up here.
I got only one man in my camp, my cook. That's why I asked.
Where are the rest of your men?
Dead or gone. But I'll be picking up a new crew before I head out again.
Hey, you shouldn't have any trouble finding hide skinners around here.
I'll do it tomorrow when I come in for the wagon. Oh, by the way, I heard there's a friend of mine in town, a fellow called Dooley. You know where I could find him?
Well, no, I don't. But here's the man to ask.
I don't know any Dooley. I never even heard of him.
What?
I'd like to get my watch chain, though. Has it come in yet?
Well, yes, but
We've been waiting half an hour, Mr. Jonas. Aren't you ever going to be through with him?
Don't get in a fret, lady. He's through now. See you at noon tomorrow, storekeeper.
Sure.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Now, what is this all about, Marshal?
Mr. Jonas, that man's name is Colpit. I've been waiting a long time for him to get here.
Oh, now I understand. It was his partner Dooley killed. That's why he was saying he's running his outfit alone now that he's got all the money.
Is that what he said?
Yes, and he also said something about taking care of the law here before he left. Of course, I didn't think anything about it at the time. Lots of men talk like that.
Yeah, I guess they do. But, Colpit may mean it. Oh, hello, Doc. When'd you get back?
Oh, a couple of hours ago, man.
Well, what are you doing in here, Dooley?
Doc found me in his shack out back, Marshal. We've been talking.
Talking?
Well, Matt, I just got back. I didn't know what was going on here.
Doc told me about Faber. He says he was killed with a knife. He says I didn't shoot him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I guess you didn't want him to know.
Oh, it's all right, Doc. It doesn't matter now.
Is that true, Marshal? I didn't kill Faber?
Yeah, it's true, Dooley. Colpit killed him.
Pretty mean of him. Tell me to go get hung for it. Pretty doggone mean.
Well, it's all over now, Dooley. I'll take care of Colpit.
How? You just go on saying I done it.
Look, I want you to leave Dodge. Go someplace where Colpit can't find you. Then I'm going down to his camp while he's in town tomorrow and arrest the cook.
Well, the cook, you said Culprit done it.
Well, he did, but I'm going to throw the cook in jail and then take Culprit. When I tell him the cook has told me the whole story, I think I can break Culprit down and he'll confess.
That Culprit don't care about nothing. Tell me I done it. Marshal, I wish I'd never gone to work for that man.
Well, you'd have been better off if you hadn't, Dooley. But you're out of trouble now. Unless Culprit finds you. So you get out of Dodge as fast as you can, huh? I'll get Chester to find you a horse of some kind.
He's a wicked man, Culprit is. A wicked, wicked man.
Sure. Well, now you get going, Dooley, huh? And, good luck to you.
Thank you, Marshal. You've been as good as you could be to me, I guess.
Yeah.
Sometime, if I'm Dodge again, I'll come see you, maybe.
Sure. Anytime, Dooley. I'll be glad to see you. Well, so long.
So long, Marshal.
There are more than 60 million cigarette smokers in America who smoke many brands. In choosing your cigarette, be sure to remember this. You will like Chesterfield best because only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine. Best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. The right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Buy 'em king size. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield regular, Chesterfield king size. Both at the same price in most places.
I gave Chester $10 to buy Dooley a mount with, but he couldn't find much of a horse for that. So they settled on an old jack mule. I didn't see Dooley again, but Chester told me later that he'd grub-staked him with another 10 out of his own pocket when he saw him off. I guess we both felt a little guilty about the way I'd had to treat him. Anyway, the next day, just after noon, we rode down to the river to pick up the cook and bait the trap for the real murderer, Culprit.
Are you going to find this camp, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he said it was where the cottonwoods begin, Chester.
Oh, right over there. It'll kind of spoil everything if Culprit's decide not to go to town after all, won't it?
Yeah, it sure would.
There's his horses.
Yeah.
Ain't no smoke, Cole. That cook ain't cooking nothing.
With Culprit in town, he's probably asleep, Chester.
Hey, he's shooting at us.
Now, there's a hole up ahead, Chester. Right for it. All right, leave your horse, Chester.
I told you Culprit didn't go in town, Mr. Dill.
Culprit's a buffalo hunter, Chester. He couldn't miss at that range with his eyes closed. That's the cook.
Oh, what's the cook shooting at us for?
Well, I'll ask him. What's the matter with you? You drunk?
I'm drunk. I'm crazy wild drunk. It's Dooley.
Dooley, stop it! It's Marshal Dillon and Chester.
I know who it is. Want to kill you, too? Kill us, too? I don't kill Culprit and the cook with a sharp rifle, and I'm going to kill you. Culprit was lying about me killing Faber. I never killed nobody in my life before, but I'm starting now. Oh, what's that $10 I give him? He must have gone and drunk it up.
Yeah. Dooley, I know you're drunk, but we're going to sit here in this hole till you sober up. Do you hear me?
I ain't going to sober up. I'm going to kill people.
You can't stay drunk forever. We'll wait you out.
Come on out of there. Come on out, I tell you.
You're wasting ammunition, Dooley. You can't hit us here.
Then I'm coming after you. I'm going to walk right up there and shoot you.
No. No, Dooley, don't do it. I'll have to kill you if you try it.
Here I come, Marshal.
Don't do it, Dooley.
I'm going to kill everybody.
I'll get over there as far as I can, Mr. Dillon. Then we can both jump him. I sure hate to, but we can't let him kill us.
No, Chester, it's my job. I'll do it. All right, stay down now.
You can't get away from Dooley. Nobody can.
Throw your hat in the air, Chester. He'll look at it for just a second.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's it, Chester. Come on. Dooley. Dooley.
You killed me. I didn't kill you. You killed me.
Dooley, you're the last man in the world I wanted to kill.
Culprit and the cook. They're dead. I shot them. Culprit was a mean, wicked man, Marshal.
Yeah, he was.
Marshal?
What?
I'll come say hello to you next time I'm in Dodge. You said I could.
Yeah, you come, Dooley. Sure, you come anytime you want.
Thanks, Marshal. Thank you.
No, Mr. Dillon, that's terrible. But you must feel even worse than I do. Oh, I mean... Well,
Never mind the talk, Chester. Now, let's get busy. We got 3 men to bury.
Like 'em filtered? Like 'em king size? Then for you, this is it. King size L and M filters at the same low price as L and M regular. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts, and L and M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Buy L and M filters, just what the doctor ordered. It's America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen to Dragnet Radio at its new time, a half hour earlier, Tuesday night on another network. And remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. Over the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
I'd used good judgment, I wouldn't have taken this job in the first place. But now that I've come this far, I'm willing to go on just to see what else will happen. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Oh, here you are.
No, hey boy, you're interrupting a very important game.
Oh, you play cards all by yourself?
I play solitaire, all by myself.
Oh, solitaire. This game of luck?
It's game of luck that becomes game of skill. In the proper hands, hey boy.
Whoa, wait a minute. I bet you can't beat it.
Who, may I ask, are you?
Well, I'm the first
Gentlemen, please. One at a time. Now, if you're determined to interrupt my game, let's do it with as little fuss as possible. Now, hey boy.
Lisa, this gentleman come to desk, Mr. Paladin. Ask if I know who you are. I'll bring him here to you.
I see. And you, sir?
Well, my name is Howard, Mr. Paladin. Jamie Howard. Howard, say, why don't you ought to play that black 7 on that red 8 you got there.
Well, this particular game has been temporarily suspended, Mr. Howard. At least until I find out just what your business might be.
My business? Right, yeah. Oh, yes. Well, you mean, why do I want to see you?
That's what I mean.
Well, sir, it is about my gold mine. I lost it. Yeah, I heard about you, and I figured maybe you're the man to help me get it back.
You lost a gold mine?
Well, not exactly. I know where it is, all right. I say I know where it is, but when I began to hit pay dirt, a feller swindled me out of it and had me run off of my claim.
I see. Just where is this gold mine?
Up back of Columbia, near a place called Yankee Hill.
Columbia? Those mines were worked out years ago.
Oh, give you 5 to 1 they weren't. Not all of them. No, sirree. Here, take a look at this.
That's gold, all right.
Bet your life it is. That's why they stole her. I snuck back and took these out of the mine after. Figured maybe you wouldn't believe me. Oh, I can pay you all right. I can pay you plenty once I get my mine back.
I see. Mr. Howard, I think you have just made a deal.
Well, good. I'm thankful that you're willing to help.
Well, hey, boy, what do you think?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, why don't you play black 7 on red 8 like Mr. Howard say?
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity. Gently, overnight.
We got an early start the next morning. Early, but not altogether bright. At least not for grizzled old Mr. Howard. He looked like he'd spent the night taking in the sights of San Francisco. I'd seen his type before. Prospectors in from the hills looking strangely out of place among the gas lights and horse cars of a modern city. We had a long ride ahead of us, and I saw to it we covered as much ground as possible. Howard didn't have much to say until about noon when we pulled up alongside a little stream to let our horses drink.
Oh, my doggy. I'm right glad to rest a spell, Paladin.
The horses are, too, Mr. Howard. If we're going to reach Columbia, we can't run them into the ground.
No. Hey, you hear that?
Oh, hear what?
Hey, that bird. I'll give you 3 to 1. That's a Papa Robin bringing some food home for the young'un.
You will, huh?
Yeah, you want to bet?
No. You better save your gold, Mr. Howard. You might need it.
Yeah. I meant to talk to you about that.
About what, Mr. Howard?
Well, about that gold. I don't have it anymore.
You don't have it? Well, Mr. Howard, there must have been close to $700 worth of gold in that pouch you showed me last night. How could you have gone through that in one evening?
Well, sure. Now, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I met this feller, and we got to talking about poker. You know, he decided to play a little, and the first thing I knew, he had it, and I didn't.
Mr. Howard, I ought to turn around right now.
No, don't you worry none. Don't worry. There's plenty more where that come from. As soon as you get my mind back for me, we'll be rich, both of us.
But just how much ore do you think there is in your mind?
Well, it's hard to say, but should take out 600,000-700,000 worth easy. I bet you.
Mr. Howard, you're quite a betting man, aren't you?
Well, sure. Does a fella good to do a little gambling now and then. Makes life interesting. Makes it interesting. That's how I found all them other ones, taking a gamble where others wouldn't.
That's how you found all the other what?
Why, all the other mine. Boy, son, I've been through 4 or 5 fortunes for this one. But I'm getting older now, and that's why I'm hanging on to this one.
Yeah. Well, we better move on. Come on, boy.
Come on, Pete.
Mr. Howard, how long has it been since the country around Columbia saw its last big boom?
Oh, about 10, 12 years, I guess. Of course, there's still a few of us around. Figured that there was still a strike to be made, and I proved it.
Well, then tell me, isn't there still a sheriff in Columbia?
Oh, sure there is. Farrell's his name.
What did he say when you told him about being forced off your claim?
When I told him?
Yeah.
Sure, I didn't have to tell him. He already knew.
He did?
Oh, sure. He was the one that run me off.
He was the... Oh. Mr. Howard, did you say the sheriff ran you off your claim?
Well, now, wait a minute now, pal. I say, wait just a minute. I guess I should have told you. Sheriff Farrell, he is in cahoots with the other one.
What other one?
Why, the other Farrell, the one that runs the Miner's Friend Saloon up there. You couple of dirty, black-hearted scoundrels.
And they're related?
Well, sure. Sheriff's a brother to the other.
Well, all right, Mr. Howard. I don't know why, but I'm willing to go through with this just to see what happens.
Oh, thanks, Paladin. It's just one other thing.
Oh, something more you haven't told me. Hmm?
It's just that I've been thinking about this Mr. Howard business. Would you mind just calling me Jamie? Everybody else does.
Okay. Jamie. It's a deal.
I don't know, Paladin. Might be we shouldn't have rode right into town like this. Right down the main street and all.
You just let me worry about that, Jamie.
Yeah, but suppose somebody sees us.
Jamie, I want them to see us.
All right, you two.
Yeah. What'd I tell you? That's the sheriff.
Oh?
Yeah, just get them hands up and turn around slow and easy. Drop your gun belt right where you be.
Now, just a minute. Is this the way you welcome a visitor to town?
Visitor? I don't consider no partner of Jamie's a visitor. You better do as I say.
All right.
That's good. Now, Jamie, I told you once, get them hands up.
Sheriff, why are you doing this? From what I hear, you've already run him off his claim. Isn't that enough?
That was then. Now I'm arresting a pair of horse thieves.
Horse thieves?
That there was another little thing I guess I should have told you, Paladin. This here horse, it belongs to the sheriff.
But, Jamie, why would you steal the sheriff's horse?
Why? Well, everybody knows it's the best one in town. If I'd have taken any other horse, they'd have caught me before I got 5 miles away.
That's enough talk. You just start walking. I'm taking you to jail. Both of you.
So long. Have a nice trip.
Don't forget the phone.
Wherever you go this summer, go first by long distance.
Excuse me, can you tell me where the Conleys live?
Yes, in the White House at the end of the block, on the right. But I'm not sure they're home.
Oh, we called them long distance. They're expecting us. Thank you.
A long-distance call to friends you plan to visit this summer makes good sense. It will save you driving miles and miles, then finding no one at home. Call ahead to make sure of reservations, too. Wherever you go, go first by long distance. Rates are low. Why not call now?
Oh, Shaw. I'm sorry about all this, Mr. Paladin.
You should be, Jamie.
Yeah, but I'm not worried none. No, sirree.
You're not?
No. I figure you for a man that can get us out of here pronto.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Well, anything I can do to help, just let me know.
No, I think you've done just about enough, Jamie.
Well, it isn't like I really stole the sheriff's horse, you know. I brung her back, didn't I? He's got her tied up in the stable out in back right now, ain't he?
Yeah, you may have a point there, Jamie. Sheriff? Hey! Sheriff!
Sheriff! All right, stop that noise. Have you know I run a peaceable jail.
Sheriff, I think maybe we can make a deal.
The only deal you'll be making's with a rope. After a fair trial, of course. Horse thievery's a hanging offense.
Now, listen to me for a minute. In a way, you're responsible for all this. Did you or did you not run Jamie off his claim?
Oh, sure I did. It was my legal duty. That's what I'm paid to do as sheriff. But that didn't give him no right to take up horse stealing.
No, wait a minute. You have your horse back, don't you?
Sure, after I caught the thief.
But you didn't catch him. Jamie brought the horse back of his own accord.
Well...
That meant that you were without the use of your horse for 6 days, right?
5 days.
Now, $10 a day. Seems like a fair rental. Supposing you had rented your horse to Jamie.
But I didn't. He stole her from right in front of the jail.
I said supposing. Now, 5 days at $10 a day is $50. Now, if Jamie paid you that and threw in an extra 10, wouldn't you be, willing to call it square?
Oh, well, now, that might put a different picture on it. It'd cost $10 to have someone build a gallows anyhow.
Jamie.
Eh?
Pay the sheriff his $60.
Pay... Oh, well, Paladin, I ain't got $60. Like I told you, I lost my gold in San Francisco, but once I get my mine back...
Of course, I guess I could use you prisoners to build the gallows yourself.
Hold it, Sheriff.
Huh?
I've got $60. It's in my saddlebag.
Hey, this is a mighty nice room. Oh, I didn't know this hotel was so nice.
All right now, Jamie. Before we go any further, I want you to know something. I've got $60 invested in you. If it weren't for that, I'd turn around and walk out that door right now.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Paladin. You'll get your money back. Yeah, and plenty more once I get my mine back.
Listen, Jamie, just what is the true story? The sheriff said it wasn't yours.
Oh, it's them Farrells. It's them Farrells. They're all alike. The sheriff and the other one that runs the saloon with them crooked games.
What crooked games?
Why, them card games with the crooked dealing. Oh, I've seen that dealer slipping cards off the bottom of the deck. I know. Yeah, and then when they found out from the man at the essay office just how rich my strike really was...
That's how you lost your mind? In a crooked card game?
That is how I had it stolen. Yeah, they made me sign it over to them. And then the sheriff come around and run me off. Yeah, that's why I come for you, to get it back for me.
But, Jamie, if you knew the card game was crooked, why did you get in it?
Why didn't I get in? Well, now, that is a silly question. 'Cause there ain't no other place around here to gamble. That's why.
Somehow I had to get away from Jamie Howard. I went downstairs and started to walk up Main Street, and then I noticed across the street the Miner's Friend Saloon, F. Farrell, proprietor. I decided to talk to Mr. Farrell about those card games of his.
Well, hello there. I haven't seen you around here before.
No, I'm afraid you haven't.
Well, let's make up for lost time. How about a drink?
Later, maybe. I'm here on business.
Oh, well, maybe I can help you.
You can. If you just tell me where I can find Mr. Farrell.
Mr. Farrell?
Well, the man who runs this place. The man whose name is on the sign out front. And just what is so funny?
There isn't any Mr. Farrell here. I'm the owner of this place, and my name's Floss Farrell.
Oh.
Now, you wanted to talk business?
Yes, I did. My name is Paladin, Miss Farrell.
So?
I'm here to represent Jamie Howard.
Well, Jamie, I haven't seen him around for a while. He's been living kind of high since he struck it rich, hasn't he?
But that's all over now, isn't it?
Is this what you mean?
I mean, he's no longer living so high since you took his mine from him in your card game here.
Oh, not me, mister. I don't run any games. I lease the gambling concession to Bill Hickok.
Oh? Where would I find him?
Back at the poker table. He's a fella dealing, the big fella.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie, where have you been?
Well, it's a long story, Bergen. Remember, you said you wanted the car lubricated.
I said I wanted a Guardian maintenance lubrication. Like all Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, and Chevy and GMC trucks, our car deserves the best of service. And that means Guardian maintenance at our dealer service department.
Yes, well, I drove our car to our dealers without an accident.
Oh?
Most of the way.
Charlie, where's the car now?
It's on Main Street between 4th and 5th.
Is it closer to 4th or 5th?
It's all the way from 4th to 5th.
All right, young man, you're going to get it now.
I'm only kidding, Bergen. It's just a scratch fender. Our dealers' GMP mechanics have already got it looking like new again. It's part of their quality appearance service. Shall I still meet you in the woodshed?
You drove the car without permission. It's the woodshed. And I'll see you there as soon as I phone the dealer.
Well, take your time. If you're not there in 10 minutes, I'll start without you.
I took a seat in the poker game Bill Hickok was dealing and watched him work. He didn't look like the typical card sharp. He was big enough to scare most men by his size alone. The livid scar along his left cheek didn't do anything to gentle his appearance. But he didn't need all that. He had a gambler's hands, and the cards came out of the deck for him like they were trained. Off the top and off the bottom, too.
Well, too bad, boys. Seems as though luck just isn't running your way tonight. Deal you in again, Mr. Paladin?
Yes, Mr. Hickok, if you don't mind. I have a hunch my luck may change this hand.
Well, that's the way to think, all right.
Oh? Yes, sir.
There you are.
I think I'll just open for 50.
50, huh? Well, I'll match that and raise you 100.
Ooh, I'm out. That's too rich for me. Me too.
How about it, Paladin? You still in?
Still in, Mr. Hickok.
Cards?
No. I think I'll have just as much luck with these as any of you might slip me off the bottom of the deck.
What are you saying, mister?
I was just wondering if that was how you managed to win Jamie Howard's mine from him.
You accusing me of cheating?
You've been dealing cards off the bottom ever since I sat down at this table.
I'm not wearing a gun, Paladin. And if you are...
I'll be happy to leave mine right here on the table, Mr. Hickok. There. Now.
No!
got him, Paladin. Here, you got him good.
Jamie, where'd you come from?
Didn't think I was going to miss the fun, did you?
You were right about the game. It was crooked. Let me have that beer, will you?
Yes.
All right, Hoggerty, you want any more?
No, I had enough.
Where's the deed to Jamie's mine?
My pocket.
There you are, Jamie. While Hoggerty had the deed, he was within his legal rights to have Sheriff Farrell run you off the claim. I'll see that he signs it back over to you.
I'll take that paper if you don't mind, Mr. Paladin.
You what?
Yeah. Might as well give it to her.
What's this all about?
Well, Paladin, I'll tell you now.
You'll tell me what?
What he's trying to say, Mr. Paladin. I offered him 10,000 cash against his mine that you'd win the fight.
And you bet against me?
Well, Paladin, that was an awful good bet. And look at the size of him laying there.
Jamie.
Huh? Well, now, don't you worry none about your money.
Jamie.
You'll get it just as soon as I finds me another mine.
Jamie. Oh, I give up. Yeah? Who is it?
Oh, is it Mr. Wong, Mr. Paladin? Bring coffee.
Ooh, that's a pleasant thought.
Strong, hot coffee good to wake you up in morning, yes?
Ooh. Oh, Miss Wong. This coffee is strong and hot enough to wake up old Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, friend of yours, Mr. Ringo, Mr. Paladin?
Just an acquaintance, Miss Wong.
Oh, hey, boy, say you get back late last night.
Very late.
Oh, hope trip very fortunate and lady luck right by your side.
Miss Wong, the luck that rode by my side was far from being a lady.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine. Except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and get an air. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Gene Webster. Featured in the cast were Forrest Lewis, Barney Phillips, Virginia Christine, and Jack Moyles. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Bullets at the Silver Bell. Kids, have you seen Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show? That's what we call the display that's down at your grocery store right now. It's a display of all Kellogg's cereals, and you'll want to see it because all the packages are new. They've all been changed, all 10 of them. They've got new pictures on the fronts, and on the backs, there are games and cutouts and interesting things to read. Now, you'll want to see these new boxes pronto. See which one you like best, and which one your pals like best. Now, be sure you see the Rice Krispies package. What little law there was in the Old West was spread mighty thin, and the official duties of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles took them over thousands of miles of weary trails. One of their longest and most dangerous rides took them south to the Mexican border, where they ran into bullets at the Silver Bell.
I don't get it, Bill. We ride 1,000 miles across Texas just to do somebody a favor.
Well, Tom Daly is a good friend of ours. Seems like we ought to help him out.
But it's an awful long ride, and this country's down near the border is tougher than a 15-cent steak.
We've been in tough country before, partner.
I just hope nobody starts any gunslinging. I've been shot at so much lately, I feel like a moving target.
I don't think there'll be any gunplay this trip. All we have to do is deliver the deed to the Silver Bell mine, get the money, and head back home.
Yeah, and we do all this with Ace Clark, who's so mean the rattlesnakes won't bite him for fear of getting poisoned.
Someday we'll get enough evidence to put Ace Clark in the jail, but this time it's straight business. Tom needs the money Ace is going to pay him for the mine.
Oh, why didn't Tom come himself?
He's a pretty sick man, Jingles. He couldn't ride a horse long enough to get here.
Now, how come he owns the Silver Bell?
His uncle left it to him.
Oh.
He hasn't made a nickel since he got it, so when Ace Clark made him an offer, he took it. It's only $5,000, but Tom can sure use it.
Well, I'll be glad when we get the money and start heading back.
Wait a minute, Jingles. Whoa, Buckshot.
Whoa, Joker, whoa. What's a 6-horse freight wagon doing on this road?
This road only goes to the Silver Bell. They must be hauling freight out from there.
That driver's in a tarn hurry. Hey, let's give him room.
Good idea.
Sure moving that thing.
Jingles, did you see that?
Ow, let go my arm. Did I see what?
That wagon's loaded with ore boxes stamped Silver Bell Mine. Come on, I want to talk to that driver. Let's go, Buckshot. Hi!
Get on, Joker. What do you want to talk to him about, Bill?
Those boxes. They're the kind they haul bar silver in, and if they're loaded with silver, Ace Clark is about to pull off the biggest swindle of his life.
What if the driver won't talk?
We'll make him talk.
Hey, Bill, we're being shot at again, and I don't like it.
If he wants to play rough, let's help him out. Take the other side of the road, and we'll give him some crossfire.
That'll be a pleasure.
All right, pull up. Keep those hands away from your host.
What is this, pickup?
Not exactly. We're agents for Tom Daly, who owns the Silver Bell.
Yeah, and we think maybe something
Never
funny...
mind, Jingles. Oh. I'll keep this gent covered, and you take a look in one of those boxes.
No, all right.
You know Ace Clark runs the Silver Bell, and he ain't gonna like this. When Ace gets mad, somebody generally gets hurt.
That's what I've heard. Where's Ace shipping this load?
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know?
It'll be easy enough to check the railroad stations. There are only 2 of them you can get to from here.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Jingles?
What a load this hombre's toting.
What is it?
Well, just what you thought, bar silver. There's a fortune back there.
Probably a lot more money there than Ace is paying Tom for the mine.
One of you's named Bill and the other Jingles, eh? You wouldn't be Wild Bill Hickok, would you?
That's right.
And I'm his deputy Jingle.
I've heard you're pretty rugged, Hickok. But I don't think you're tough enough to explain to Ace why you stopped his shipment of silver.
We'll find out about that when I talk to your boss. You can go now. I'll take it from here with Ace himself.
That's too bad. You won't live long. Get up there.
Woo-wee! He's about as sociable as a black widow spider.
Yeah. And from all I hear, his boss is even worse. Well, let's go.
Go where?
Go talk to Ace Clark. Up, buckshot, high.
Get around, Joker. You sure you want to talk to Ace, Bill?
Of course I'm sure, Jingles. Why not?
Well, I've heard that he does a lot of his talking with a 45, and that a lot of the people he talks to wind up seriously dead.
Did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show has a cheerful look
and a lift for you.
Start you out with a hoop-de-doo. Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
Well, how about it, pal? Did you see what I saw? Did you see Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show of new packages? Yes, all 10 of Kellogg's cereals are put in new boxes now. Have you seen the colorful new pictures on the fronts of these packages and the exciting things to do and read that are printed on the backs? Better hurry down to the grocery store. That's where you can look over all the new Kellogg's packages right now.
Did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show.
When you go to the store to see Kellogg's swell new cereal boxes, take some of your buddies with you. One thing I'll bet you and your friends agree on, that's Rice Krispies. Boy, they are good. Ask Mom if you can have Kellogg's Rice Krispies for breakfast tomorrow.
Say, did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show has a cheerful look
and a lift for you.
Start you out with a hoop-de-doo. Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
When Wild Bill Hickok started out to deliver the deed to the worked-out Silver Bell mine, he found that rich loads of silver were still being shipped out. He and Jingles went on to the mine office to talk with the buyer, the notorious Ace Clark.
Sit down, gents. I have the money right here in my cash box.
Let's wait just a minute, Ace.
Well, no need to wait, Hickok. I suppose Tom Daly sent the deed to my mine like he said he would in his letter.
That's right. I have it right here.
And I have $5,000 in cash that you can take back to him. We'll just wrap up the deal and you can be on your way.
Maybe I'm not in a hurry.
Most people who drift down into this border country are anxious to get out again, Hickok. We don't offer many attractions to tourists.
Well, Bill and I aren't exactly tourists, mister. We might kind of like it here.
As a matter of fact, we're agents for Tom Daly. I think maybe we should have a look at his mine before we turn it over to you.
No, that's a waste of time. The mine has been played out for a long time. Besides, Daly and I have already agreed on the sale.
But the mine still belongs to Tom until Bill gives you the deed, don't
Look, the mine isn't worth a nickel. I offered $5,000 just for the salvage value. If you want to haggle over the deal, I might call the whole thing off.
That might be a nice break for Tom.
That's none of your business, Hickok. I have a verbal agreement to buy, and I've already started moving some of the stuff out.
Some of that stuff wouldn't be silver now, would it?
I told you the mine's played out.
We'd still like to have a look.
Look here, Hickok. You're just a messenger sent here to pick up the money and give me the deed. I'd advise you to do just that and then hit the road.
Now he's beginning to sound like Ace Clark is supposed to sound.
Yeah, but it's time somebody talked back to him.
Yeah.
Do we take a look, Ace, or do I haul you off to jail for shipping silver out of someone else's mine?
You must have run into my freight wagon on your way in here.
That's right. Seems a little stupid for anybody with your reputation.
It was supposed to go yesterday, but I had a little bad luck.
Yeah, you got plenty of bad luck now that Bill's here.
All right. I'll have my foreman show you through the mine. Pete, come on in here.
Yeah, Ace?
Shake hands with Wild Bill Hickok, Pete.
Wild Bill. Gee, I'm glad to know you. Shake.
Get your hands up, Hickok. There's a gun right in the middle of your back.
I should have known better than to turn my back on you, Ace.
You get your paws up, too, big boy, or Ace will plug your partner good.
Search Hickok, Pete. If you find anything in his pockets that looks like a deed, hand it to me.
All right, Ace, but keep 'em covered. I don't mind saying that this star packer scares me.
Thanks, Pete.
None of your talk. Just turn around and face the wall. I can't find anything, Ace.
Keep looking.
You're smarter than he is, Ace. Why don't you come and take a look?
Watch out for him now, Bill. He's got a gun.
I'll just take you up on that, Hickok. Here, Pete. Take this Colt and watch.
Now, Jingles. Hold it. Drop that gun, Ace.
No, you don't.
Drop it, I said.
All right. All right.
That's better. Now you can stand over by the wall. How you doing, Jingles?
Oh, fine. I'm just sitting on him. Real comfortable, too.
Get off him, you big ox. You'll kill him.
Let him up, Jingles.
Shucks, and just when I was getting relaxed. All right, get over there by the wall, you salamander.
How much do you weigh?
You ought to know you were on the bottom.
Jingles, look over our friend here and see if he has any more artillery on him.
Well, that'll be a pleasure. Stuck a gun in our backs once when we weren't looking for it.
Ace, I'm taking you and Pete into Laredo on charges of grand larceny.
What grand larceny?
Stealing silver from a mine you didn't own. I think we can try you for fraud, too, with the deal you tried to run on Tom Daly.
Yeah, it would have worked, too, if it hadn't been for you.
Hey, Bill, this sidewinder's carrying a Derringer.
I thought he might be the kind who would have a sleeve gun.
Yeah, cute little pistol, isn't it?
It's a coward's weapon, Jingles. Now, come on, you two. We're taking you to jail.
Well, how far to Laredo, Bill?
Just a couple of more miles, Jingles.
Well, I don't mind all the fights and trouble and misery we get into being lawmen, but I sure hate the job of herding prisoners to jail.
That's where they belong when they've committed a crime.
Oh, I don't feel sorry for them. When we've got prisoners, I can't relax and enjoy the beauty of the countryside.
What particular beauties would you like to enjoy right now?
Well, over there is a great big pile of black lava.
Yeah?
On both sides of the trail are big bunches of cactus.
That's right.
And up ahead, I can see the outlines of the Laredo City dump.
You're right. It's a beautiful country, Jingles.
Oh, Bill, now, what I mean is that these two coyotes are just too plumb peaceful. They're liable to make a break before we get them to jail.
That's why we've got them riding up ahead of us with their hands tied.
Yeah, if they try anything, we got them covered.
Sure we have.
But, Bill...
What is it, partner?
Why does the hair keep standing up on the back of my neck?
Head for cover, Jingles.
I'll bet I beat you to those big rocks. Jump, Joker!
Around here, Buckshot. Whoa, boy.
Oh, Joker.
Give me a rifle.
Bill, that's 200 yards.
I've got to stop Ace before he gets to that lava pile.
Oh, you can't. Right out of the saddle.
And now for Pete.
Both of them knocked right off in the desert. Look at their horses run.
I didn't kill either of them, Jingles. Their hands were tied, so I aimed at the shoulders and just knocked them off balance.
Their friends up in that lava pile are real ornery, aren't they?
Just keep your head down, partner. They won't be shooting to creases.
I'm staying down. I make too big a target.
The question now is, what do we do next?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We can't stay holed up in these rocks.
That's right, but if we go out, we're liable to stop some lead from them varmints over there.
Well, our real job is to pick up our prisoners and take them on to Laredo.
Oh, sure. Our two brave heroes ride through a storm of bullets, upholding the law and order. I can just see us now.
Don't make it sound so dramatic.
Oh, well.
That's exactly what we're going to do. Get Joker.
Billy, have you gone completely loco? I'm too young to get myself filled full of 45 slugs.
You used to ride in rodeos, Jingles.
Sure.
You think you can pick up Pete at a full gallop?
Well, sure I can,
Then you take Pete, I'll get Ace as we ride by.
But, Bill...
There's no time to argue. Steady, Buckshot.
But, Bill... Whoa, Joker, now you hold still while I get aboard.
All set, partner?
Yeah, but, Bill...
Ride as hard as you can and keep shooting at that lava pile to keep those varmints under cover.
All right. right. Get around there, Joker.
I'll give them a little dusting before we start, and by the time they poke their heads up again, we should be halfway out of there.
But, Bill, when I was riding in rodeos, nobody was shooting at me.
That's right, Jingles, but this isn't a rodeo. Here we go. Oh, watch out. Move, boy, move.
Jump, Joker, you heard what Bill said. Ha, ha, ha!
Did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show
has a cheerful look
and a lift for you. Start you out with a hoop-de-doo Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
Lucky you. Breakfast at your house can be more fun than ever, because even the boxes, the Kellogg's boxes, are more fun. They're all new. All 10 of Kellogg's cereals are in new boxes. On the backs of the packages, you'll find swell games, cutouts, things to send for, and stories. Go down to the grocery store today and look them over. And by the way, there's no need to keep this news about Kellogg's new cereal boxes a secret. One person you want to tell for sure is Mom. Go down to the store with her so you can look over all Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show together. And ask her to buy a big box of Kellogg's Rice Krispies while you're there. They're crisp and fresh and delicious.
Say, did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show
has a cheerful look
and a lift for you. Start you out with a hoop-de-doo Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
Bill and Jingles are off on one of the most dangerous acts of their careers as lawmen. They're trying to grab up their two prisoners, Ace Clark and his henchman Pete, right from under the guns of the outlaw's friends. Buckshot and Joker are running at full gallop as Bill says,
"Dust them off again, Jingles."
Yeah, they're throwing up some dust, too.
Stay low on the saddle. Here comes a pickup.
That fella Pete is going to be heavy to yank into the saddle.
Don't miss him. I don't want to have to ride back through all that lead.
Now, Bill, that last one was closed.
They're all close enough. Now get set to grab them.
Here we go.
Got your man, Jingles?
Yeah, how about you, Bill?
I'm all set. Let's go. Hup, Buckshot.
Jump, Joker!
You haven't got me yet, Hickok.
Lie still across that saddle horn, or I'll crack your head with the barrel of a Colt.
That goes for you, too, ugly face.
I ain't said a word.
Well, don't. Hey, Bill! They ain't shooting anymore.
They're afraid they'll hit Ace and Pete.
You mean we're safe and I can let my nerves uncurl again?
We're safe for a couple of minutes, but our horses are carrying double and they'll be after us before long.
Yeah, how far did you say it was to Laredo?
About 2 miles. Why?
Oh, that's just about the distance of a good long horse race.
You're right, partner. Maybe Buckshot and Joker can give them a run for the money even with the weight they're carrying. Come on, Buckshot boy.
Move, Joker. First prize is a chance to stay alive. Ha, ha, ha! Can't catch us with their horses, but they might with those bullets.
Ace's friends don't seem to care whether they hit him or not now.
I'm going to have plenty to say to him when I get loose.
You ain't going to get loose for a long time. There's the jail right up ahead of us.
Looks like your friend stopped at the edge of town, Ace.
Yeah, looks like you won the horse race.
We sure did. Woo, Buckshot.
Oh, Joker, that's far enough. Well, here's the sheriff coming to meet us, Bill.
Yeah. Slide down off of those horses, you two.
Well, if it ain't Wild Bill and Jingles in it. Well, what's these two varmints you got tied up here?
A couple of swindlers I thought you'd be looking for, Sheriff.
Ace, Clark, and Pete. Bring them on inside.
We didn't have any trouble catching these two, but we sure had a time getting them here to jail.
I noticed some of Ace's friends were right on your heels. I know who they are. We'll round them up later.
Well, lock them up, Sheriff, and I'll swear out a warrant for grand larceny, fraud, resisting arrest, and and a couple of other things I'll think of later.
Dad, burn it, Bill, I hope you've got enough evidence to convict this fellow Ace Clark. I've been trying to get it for a long time.
He was shipping silver out of a mine that didn't belong to him. That's pretty good evidence.
Yeah, I hope we convict him, too. I'm happy just to have him in jail. You know, we come darn close to getting killed just bringing him in.
You'd better check this jail over or I'll break out of it. And if I do, Hickok, I'm coming after you.
I've heard that from other men, Ace. And if you ever do, I'll be ready for you.
Put that big moose Pete in this cell, Jingles.
Sure, Sheriff. Get along, you.
Cut the ropes on his wrist, Jingles. Here, Ace, I'll cut you loose.
Thanks, Bill. Oh, my hands are pretty stiff from being tied up so long.
Well, so long, Pete. I'll see you at your trial.
Ah! Am I loose?
Yep, now get in that cell.
No, I won't. I got Bill. I'll break you in two.
No, you won't.
I got a gun on you, Ace.
Don't shoot, you'll hit Bill.
Hold your fire, Sheriff. I'll take care of it.
You mean I'll take care of it?
Ooh-wee. Even when we get him in jail, he still gives us trouble.
He won't give us any more trouble, Jingles. Let's pick him up and lock him in the cell.
You know, there's one thing wrong with being a thief out here in the West. Sooner or later, you're liable to run into Wild Bill Hickok.
And Jingles. Well, this is it, Bill. This is where Tom Daly lives.
I know, Jingles. Remember, I've been here lots of times.
Oh, that's right. But this time we're bringing him pretty good news. You know, I can't wait to see what he says.
You'll find out in a minute. There he is out front. Woo, Buckshot, woo.
Oh, Joker, stand, boy. Hi, Tom!
Hi, Jingles. Bill, thought that was you, so I came out to meet you.
Well, we got to your Silver Bell mine and got back again, Tom.
Have any trouble? I mean, with getting my money for the deed? I sure can use that $5,000.
Well, we didn't have any trouble with the deed, but we sure had some trouble with Ace Clark and some of his friends.
He didn't back out of the deal for that worthless old mine, did he, Bill?
He sure did, Tom. Here's your deed to the Silver Bell back again.
But, Bill, I can't use the deed. I need the money.
I thought of that, too. I collected a check for $10,000 for the last shipment of silver out of the mine. There'll be a lot more as soon as we find out just how much of it Ace Clark stole.
You mean that's a good mine?
That's just what he means. And you almost gave it away.
But I don't know how to thank you or what to say. He's had me swindled beautifully.
No, don't bother saying anything. Bill was just doing his duty, but, well, next time, pick somebody that ain't so tough to swindle you.
Ace Clark and his friends were a little too tough for Jingles, Tom.
Oh, they weren't either. Didn't I pick up that big fella Pete with one hand while Joker was at a gallop?
You sure did, partner.
Well, I'd like to see you or Pete or Ace or anybody else pick me up with one hand, even if your horse was standing still. No, sirree, it can't be done.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's our story for today, folks. Join us again on Monday, will you?
Yes, sir, 'cause you won't want to miss Wild Bill Hickok being best man at a wedding which proves to be a dangerous wedding.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ken Christie, Stan Waxman, and Hal Gerard. Our story was written and directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok attends a dangerous wedding. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, hanging by a thread.
At 9:15 on the morning of May 5th, 1947, the telephone rang in the sheriff's office in the little town of Finney, Texas. Sheriff Hanson answered it.
Sheriff's office, Hanson speaking.
Sheriff, this is George Hawks.
How are you, George? What can I do for you?
Nothing now. Nobody can.
How's that?
I just called to tell you I'm going to kill myself.
What did you say?
You heard me. It'll take you 20 minutes to get out to my place. By that time, I'll be dead.
Now, wait a minute, George. What? Hello? George! Operator!
Yes, sir?
Oh, this is the sheriff. That caller just came in here. Where was it from?
One moment, Sheriff.
If this is someone's idea of a practical joke...
Hello, Sheriff?
Yes?
That call was placed from 317 out on Gum Creek Road, the residence of Mr. George Hawks.
The sheriff raced out to the Hawks Ranch and found George Hawks dead, hanging in the barn. Then he made another discovery which prompted him to put in a call to the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and drove to the Hawks Ranch to meet Sheriff Hanson.
Jace, am I glad to see you.
Howdy, Sheriff. It's been a long time.
Yeah, a month of Sundays. Now, I hope I didn't call you down here for nothing, Jace, but this looks mighty fishy to me. So I want you to take a look at the body.
Hasn't been taken down yet?
No, I put in a call to the coroner, but he was out somewhere. I left a message for him to come out here as soon as they could locate him.
How'd you find out about the body, Sheriff?
I got a phone call, Jace, about 9:15. Said it was George Hawks and he was going to kill himself. I thought maybe it was some joker, so I traced the call.
And?
It came from here, all right. So I drove out fast as I could, but George was dead, hanging by the neck in the barn. No pulse. Body's still warm.
Sheriff, I know you didn't call me down here to investigate a routine suicide. What's the catch?
Well, I'm getting to that. Come in the barn. This is just the way he was when I found him. You notice that's a wire he's hanging from, not a rope.
Yeah. Cut off the clothesline, probably.
How'd you know?
Guessed. I saw the clothesline had been cut, part of it dragging on the ground in the yard.
You Rangers don't miss much, do you?
Not if we can help it, Sheriff.
Well, I want to show you something I found. Look at this, right under the body.
It's an oil drum.
Right. And the exact position I found it in, on its side. Now, you'll notice, Jace, that It's the only thing near enough that George could have stood on while he put the wire around his neck.
Here's the rim marks where it stood on the straw before it was tipped over.
Yeah, only he didn't stand on it. Look at this end of the drum. Thick with dust. Now look at the other end. Dusty, too. Jace, there's not a sign of a footprint on either end of this oil drum.
You're right, Sheriff. He couldn't have climbed up in the loft and jumped, or that wire would have taken his head off.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and that's why I called you.
What about fingerprints?
No, couldn't find any, just a few smears. What does it spell to you, Jace?
Just one word, and an unpleasant one. Murder. I got my camera out of the car and took pictures of the body. And we took down the broken clothesline and nosed around for more evidence. The sheriff went up to look over the house while I combed the barn. How'd you make out up at the house, Sheriff?
Nothing, Jace. Absolutely nothing. No note from George. Everything tidy. No sign of a struggle. Funny nobody's around.
Who would be ordinarily?
His wife, Millie. One of the hands. He had 2 men working for him last I heard. How you coming, Jace?
I found a couple of things, but not the thing I want.
What's that?
The tool that was used to cut the wire he's hanging on. All I found in the barn here was this pair of rusty pliers.
Well, couldn't they have been used to cut it?
No, Sheriff, they wouldn't cut butter. Besides, the cut's too clean.
How about footprints?
No luck yet. But I think I've found what the killer stood on to string the body up.
What?
The stepladder. I found it under the tool bench. Been used lately. Marks in the dust where it had been dragged out and then pushed back.
Well, what are you fixing to do, Jace?
Going up the ladder and take a look at the beam where the wire's looped over.
Here, I'd better hold it for you. It's pretty rickety.
Thanks.
Find something?
I think so.
What is it, Jace?
Look at this. Stuck on a splinter where the wire went over the beam.
It's a piece of black thread.
Yeah, black wool thread.
Well, are you a string saver, Jace?
In a case like this, yes. Let's take a look outside. What about a motive, Sheriff?
For suicide or murder?
Either.
Can't think of a one offhand. George was a pretty normal guy. Happily married. Didn't have any enemies that I know of.
How about those 2 hands you mentioned?
Well, this new one, Brad Johnson, been working for George about 6 months. Only met him a couple of times. Seemed to be all right. In a quiet sort of way.
And the other?
Old Tom, oh, he's okay. Drinks a lot. George used to fire him regular and then take him back when he sobered up.
There's no good footprints in the yard here.
Nope. Ground's packed pretty hard.
Oh, Sheriff, car coming up the house. Is that the coroner?
That? Well, no, that looks like... Well, sure, that's George Hawks' car. That's Millie driving it. Mrs. Hawks.
Come on. We'll have to tell her, Sheriff. This is the only part of the job I really hate.
Yeah, I know, Jace.
Sheriff, what are you doing out this way? And...
Well, morning, Mrs. Hawks. This is Ranger Pearson.
Howdy, ma'am.
Ranger? What's happened? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Millie, but George...
Something happened to George?
Yes. He's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Come on, Mrs. Hawks. We'll take you to the house.
I can't believe he'd do it.
Mrs. Hawks, when did you last see your husband?
Just a few hours ago at breakfast.
How did he appear at breakfast? I mean, was anything wrong? Was he upset about anything?
Well, yes, there was a big fight at breakfast. I never seen George get so mad.
A fight? Between you and your husband?
Well, all 4 of us went on it. Old Tom and Brad was there, too. They're the hired hands.
How did it start?
I cooked breakfast for the 4 of us, like I always do. Old Tom was late, so we started to eat. When we were about through, old Tom came staggering in. He was half drunk.
Again, huh?
Yes, Sheriff, again. Then he and George had this big row, and George fired him for being drunk.
Go on.
Old Tom was fighting mad. He gets mean when he's been drinking. Started making all kinds of wild accusations.
What kind of accusations, Mrs. Hawks?
Lies, Ranger. All of them lies. He said he wouldn't have been drunk if Brad hadn't bought liquor for him.
Brad?
Well, that's what he claimed. Said Brad got him drunk on purpose so he... Oh, it was awful.
So he could what?
Well, it's a lie, Ranger.
What did he say, Mrs. Hawks?
Well, old Tom said to Brad, I wouldn't be drunk if you didn't buy me the stuff. You're always trying to get me out of the way, so I won't see you. So I won't see you playing up to the boss's wife.
Then what happened?
Well, Tom left, and my husband started swearing and threatening Brad, accusing him of what Tom said. Brad said it was a lie, and then George threw some money in his face and told him to get off the place, that he was fired, too.
What did Brad do?
I thought for a minute he was going to hit George, but he didn't. He went outside, and a few minutes later I heard his car start, and he drove away. By this time, George was in a terrible rage. He even threatened to kill me. So I grabbed the car keys and ran.
Did he ask you where you were going?
Yes, he did, Ranger. And I told him I was going in town to see Mr. Harris, the lawyer, see about getting a divorce.
What time did you leave?
About 8:30. Ranger, you said you found him hanging in the barn. Well, if it was suicide, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I don't think it was suicide, Mrs. Hawks. I think it was murder. After the coroner and the doctor arrived, the sheriff borrowed a horse from the corral. I got charcoal out of the trailer, and we headed for Tom's shack up in the hills.
There it is, Jace. Just around those rocks.
That Tom's horse, Sheriff? Grazing out back?
Yep.
He's around someplace. Up, charcoal.
Yep. I just can't see old Tom as a killer, Jace. He ain't the type.
Huntsville's full of them, Sheriff. Killers who aren't the type.
Oh,
charcoal. Oh, boy. Yeah. Let's try the front door.
Okay.
All right, Tom. Open up.
He's not here, Jace. I can see through the windows. Shack's empty. What the?
Somebody's shooting close by. Maybe Tom. That shot came from back up in that draw. Come on, Sheriff.
There he is, back by that clump of trees.
Is that Tom?
Sure is. Hey, he's running toward the trees.
Hold it, Tom. There we are. I'll put one over his head.
Yeah, he's stopping. See what he's wearing, Jace?
Yeah. Black sweater.
What's all the commotion?
All right, Tom. Throw down that rifle.
Sure. Sure, Ranger. But, what for?
Why didn't you stop when I told you to?
Well, to tell the truth, Ranger, I didn't hear you. I'm kind of deaf. I heard you shot, though.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. He's hard of hearing.
What's that, Sheriff?
Oh, never mind.
Why'd you shoot at us, Tom? Shoot at you? Why, I never did no such thing.
What were you doing then?
Ain't no law against a man killing himself a rabbit for supper.
All right. Get his rifle, Sheriff. Let's go.
Huh? Where to?
To your shack first. We're going to have a long talk about George Hawks.
I'll tell you, Ranger, I didn't know George was dead until you told me a minute ago. What call would I have to kill him? If he was killed, he was my friend.
You don't seem very clear about what happened this morning, Tom.
Well, I was a bit foggy. I had me a couple of nips. But I do remember George getting mad and firing me.
What happened after that?
Well, I took a few more out of the bottle in my saddlebag. I don't remember much after that. I must have rode up here and fell asleep. Woke up a while ago. I was hungry, and I went out to get me a rabbit.
Tell me, Tom, do you often draw a blank when you've been drinking?
Do I what, Ranger?
Have a blank space. Do things you don't remember anything about later.
Oh, I suppose I have once or twice. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do it. I couldn't have killed George. He was my friend.
These your wire cutters on the table, Tom?
Oh, yeah, they are.
I'll take them. And I think you'd better come along to town with us.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson at our new Sunday time. We hope that our many friends who have listened to us at the earlier hour will continue to be with us each Sunday. And for those of you who are hearing our program for the first time, we extend a warm and cordial welcome and invite you to be with us each Sunday from now on. And now we continue with tonight's case, Hanging by a Thread, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The finger was pointing straight at Tom. When we got back to the Hawks Ranch, there was a man in the back lot feeding the hogs. It was Brad Johnson, the third witness at the breakfast fight. While the sheriff took Tom into town, I got Brad's version of what happened.
And then he threw the money in my face, Ranger. $30. Told me I was fired. I wanted to hit him, but I didn't.
Then what, Brad?
Then I got my duffel bag, threw it in my car, and drove off.
Where'd you go?
To Finney. Drove around town for a few minutes, and then I went to the White Spot Cafe and had a cup of coffee.
What time was this?
When I was in the cafe? Oh, about 9:30, I guess.
Why'd you come back here?
Well, somebody in town said that George had killed herself and that the coroner was on his way out here.
So?
Well, I figured if it was true, there wouldn't be anybody to do the chores. He fired old Tom, too, and Mrs. Hawks always treated me so friendly. Well, so I come out to do what I could.
Yeah, very nice of you. Tell me, Brad, is there anything between you and Mrs. Hawks?
No, sir. That's a lie, Ranger. Never even spoke to each other except at meal times or say good morning.
What are you planning to do now?
Well, I don't know. Help Mrs. Hawks till she can get somebody, I reckon.
I see. Well, I gotta be moseying along. Oh, don't leave town without letting me know.
Oh, I won't, Ranger. I'll be around.
I got the evidence off to Austin and then went to the White Spot Cafe. Brad had been seen there at 9:30, and Mrs. Hawks had been with her lawyer half an hour before. I radioed headquarters that I was staying over in Finney, and about 9 that night, I got a phone call. Hello?
Jace, Captain Stinson. I've got the report on that stuff you sent in today. You got a pencil?
Sure have, Captain. Shoot.
On that black wool sweater, the thread you sent in the envelope matched all right. It's definitely off the sweater.
How about the wire cutters?
I'm afraid I got a disappointment for you there, Jace. They couldn't get a match. I'm afraid the murder wire wasn't cut with the tool you sent.
Are you sure, Captain?
The boys in the lab are. They made sample cuts with every millimeter of those blades and couldn't match up a single one with a murder wire.
Oh.
What kind of a fix does that put you in, Jace?
Oh, I'm not sure. Well, thanks, Captain. I'll keep in touch with you.
All right, Jace. Good luck.
I was going to need more than luck. Things were really getting tangled up. It was about 4 a.m. when I finally dozed off trying to dope it out. Then at 8:30, I met the sheriff in his office.
Well, you look like you've been through the ringer, Jace. Hotel bed's too hard for you?
No, but I didn't get much sleep trying to figure this Hawks thing out. Looks like we'll have to let old Tom go, Sheriff.
Why? What's up?
The lab says Tom's cutters didn't cut that wire.
They didn't?
No. Of course, old Tom could have used other cutters, but in his stupor, I doubt if he'd be that clever.
Well, I hate to complicate things more than they are, Jace.
What do you mean?
Coroner called a little while ago. He's sending his report over with one of my deputies. Should have been here by now. His verdict is suicide.
Suicide? Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Well, apparently does to him. We'll know when the report gets here.
Yeah. George Hawks, deceased. Climbed up a stepladder, put a wire around his neck, and then placed the ladder neatly under a workbench 12 feet away.
My dusty oil drum snoring things up, Chase. Huh?
Considerable.
Morning, Sheriff. Howdy, Ranger.
Hi.
Morning, Joe. Did you get it?
Yep. I had to wait while the coroner signed it. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Anything more I can do, Sheriff?
No, not right now.
Well, I'll go get me some breakfast then.
Let's see. No marks of violence on the victim's body. Autopsy disclosed no brain injury. Death probably caused by strangulation. Coroner's conclusion, suicide. Signed G. Parker, coroner. There it is, Jace.
Couldn't be.
Now, here's something from the doctor. I examined the body at 11:30 a.m. It is my opinion the death occurred approximately 3 hours previously.
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Well, what is it?
That'd make it about 8:30 when George died. What time did you say he called you?
At 9:15. Great suffering.
Sheriff, are you sure it was George who called?
Well, now that you mention it, I'm not sure. Said he was George.
Could it have been somebody else?
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's beginning to piece together, Sheriff. Whoever it was could have killed George, then called you and tried to sound like him.
To establish an alibi.
Exactly. And then pop up someplace else a few minutes later. Like the White Spot Cafe. I'll call you later.
Now, where are you going, Chase?
Back to the Hawks Ranch. When When I pulled up to the ranch, Brad Johnson was running water into the big trough near the barn.
Well, hi, Ranger. What brings you out this way?
I want to talk to Mrs. Hawks. We're releasing Tom. Coroner's report came in a few minutes ago. Suicide. Is she around?
Why, sure, she's up the house.
Okay. Oh, I just happened to think. Charcoal, my horse here in the trailer, hasn't had a square meal since I left headquarters yesterday. Is there some hay around that I could give him?
Why, sure, Ranger. Some fresh bales just inside the barn there help sell.
Thanks. I'll be glad to pay for it.
No, forget it. I'm sure Mrs. Hawks wouldn't mind.
Oh, have you got something to open one with?
Why, sure. Here's my cutters.
I took the cutters into the barn and made some cuts on a wire sample. After I gave the cutters back to Brad and fed charcoal, I spoke briefly with Mrs. Hawks, and then I tore out for the lab in Austin. By 1 o'clock, I got the results.
Here it is, Jace. Take a look.
The wires match, Johnny?
See for yourself. That dual microscope never lied to me yet. The left one's the murder wire. The one on the right is one of the samples you brought in.
That's it.
Well, look at those striations. It's a perfect match.
Thanks, Johnny. Take care of this stuff. Got to get back to Finney pronto. Oh, will you do me a favor?
Sure, Jace.
Call the sheriff at Finney. Tell him I'm on my way and I got something hot. I'll be there in 2 hours.
Well, Jace, you sure made good time. What'd you find out?
We got positive proof the murder wire was cut with Brad Johnson's cutters.
Brad's? You going to pick them up?
Not right yet, Sheriff.
Why not?
We only know that Brad's cutters were used. We don't know he used them. We got to be sure.
What are your plans, Jace?
I've been thinking. Those stories that Mrs. Hawks and Brad told me, they were alike, all right. Too much alike.
What do you mean?
A couple of times they used the exact phrases.
Mm-hmm. What about Tom and the black thread?
We'll keep an eye on him, but I think he's clean. He could have caught his sleeve on that beam doing anything, pitching hay or anything.
Yeah, he could have. Well, what do we do now?
We got to catch him alone, Brad and Mrs. Hawks. When they don't know anybody's around, we got to hear what they say to each other.
Maybe after the funeral. It's this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
You know where it's being held, Sheriff?
Sure, out of the ranch.
Be a graveside ceremony. Where's the cemetery?
Clear over on the other side of town from the Hawks' place.
It'll take them a while to get over there and back. Sheriff, while they're at the cemetery, you and I are going to the ranch and fix up a little surprise. There. That ought to be all right for that one, behind the window shade.
Why 3 microphones, Jace? Wouldn't one do?
Not if they wander around the house while they're talking, Sheriff. I want to hear everything.
Yeah, but how do you know that Brad and Mrs. Hawks will talk? How do you know he'll even come into the house?
I don't know, Sheriff. I'm guessing. And my guess is that after the funeral's over, somebody's going to let his hair down.
Say, it's almost 5, Jace. They'll be coming back soon.
I'm finished in here, Sheriff. Now all we have to do is string the wire to the stakeout. Come on. We'd hidden my car in a lane down the road and set up our equipment at a clump of trees close to the house. 3 neighbors' cars drove up, then Brad's. We watched him as he fed the stock. About sundown, the last of the guests left the house. There go the last of them, Sheriff. Can you see Brad?
He's been in the barn the last few minutes. There he is, Jace, heading for the house.
Good. Put on your earphones, Sheriff. I want you to hear this, too.
There he goes, up on the porch.
Yeah.
Brad. Oh, Brad. Now, come here, baby. Oh, Brad, I'm so tired and scared.
Ain't nothing to be scared about, baby. Everything worked out fine.
Oh, take me away with you, Brad, now, tonight.
Millie, I can't do that. You know it.
Why not? Why can't you?
Well, the plan, baby. We gotta follow the plan. Now, look, if we went away together now, they'd nab us no time. We gotta let it cool off.
Brad, I can't spend another night in this house, not alone. I can keep seeing his face. You holding him. That look of his when I put the pillow over his face, I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
I told you to shut up. Look, I put a lot of hard work on us. Our alibi's got him clear off the trail, and I'm not gonna let him get back on, you hear?
All right, Sheriff. I've heard enough. Let's take him. You cover the back, Sheriff. I'll take the front.
Okay, Jace.
All right, in there. Open up. Ranger Pearson, open up.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Brad Johnson.
Oh, he's not here.
I know different. Okay, Sheriff, let's search the house.
All right, Jace.
I don't know what this is all about.
You'll find out.
He's not in the kitchen, Jace.
All right, Sheriff, work this way.
Ranger, what's the meaning of this?
He's not in the back of the house, Jace. Maybe he's... What was that?
He was upstairs, Sheriff. Sounds like he jumped from up there. Come on.
Don't see him. He didn't run for his car.
Couldn't have gone far.
Maybe he hit for the highway. What's that?
Chickens in the barn. Something scared him, and I think I know what. Come on.
If we play this right, we've got him trapped.
I know you're in there, Brad. Come on out. All right.
Dark as pitch in there, Jace.
Turn on your flashlight, Sheriff. Take the other side. I'll look behind those.
Okay. What is it, Sheriff? Pitchfork. Threw it from the loft. Hit me.
You hurt bad?
Don't think so. My shoulder.
Here, give me your flashlight, Sheriff. All right, Brad. I'm coming up.
No, don't come up. I'm coming down.
Come out where we can see you then. With your hands up.
Jace, he's jumping. Jace, you all right?
Yeah, I fell on his back, hit his head when I hit him.
Is he dead?
No, Sheriff, he's not dead. But I can't say he won't be, though, when the state gets through with him.
After Mildred Hawks turned state's witness, Brad Johnson confessed to the murder of his employer. For her part in the crime, Mildred Hawks received a sentence of 50 years in a women's prison at Huntsville. Johnson's sentence, death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
While most of the mail that comes to us here at Tales of the Texas Rangers is written by grown-ups, the youngsters have their questions, too. Tonight, I'd like to read you a postcard from a boy in Newark, New Jersey. It says, Dear Mr. McCrea, I am 9 years old. Me and my friend Tony was talking about being Texas Rangers when we grow up. How do you go about getting that job? Your friend, Tommy Cook. Well, Tommy, a lot of people have asked us that same question recently, and I guess maybe it's high time for us to tell them. First, a ranger has to serve at least 10 years as an outstanding police officer. Then he may compete with others for the job. If he's selected, he works under the wing of a ranger captain for at least 6 months, and then he's put out in the field with other seasoned rangers for a year and a half. By this time, he is, or he isn't, a true Texas Ranger. And Tommy, your card's being sent to Colonel Homer Garrison, Jr., Chief of the Texas Rangers. Good luck. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trent. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Byron Kane, Betty Lou Gerson, Jeff Corey, and Wally Mayer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Andrew McBroom, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tuesday nights are bright with comedy on NBC. Start off the evening with Baby Snooks. Hear Fibber McGee and Molly of 79 Wistful Vista listen as Art Linkletter proves that people are funny and laugh with Bob Hope and his gang. It's truly fine entertainment every Tuesday night. So be sure to listen for Baby Snooks, Fibber McGee and Molly, People Are Funny, and Bob Hope.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAY. AR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. You get a call from the receiving hospital in your city. A dead body has been left in the hospital elevator. There's no lead to the identity of the corpse. There's no apparent cause of death. Your job, investigate. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch at a homicide detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 11:28 p.m. when we got to the 3rd floor at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, Dr. Terrell's office.
Friday, glad to see you. Been waiting for you.
We made it as soon as we could, Doctor. I'd like to have you meet my new partner, Bill Lockwood. Dr. Terrell, Bill.
How are you? I think I've seen you around, Lockwood.
Yes, sir. How are you? I understand you got a problem, Doc. What's the story?
Odd one. Happened a few minutes after 11. You want to sit down a minute? I'll fill you in before we go back and take a look at the body.
Thank you very much.
I understand it's a woman, that right? Yeah, Grace Morgan. She's a night nurse on duty. She told me she was sitting at the desk checking over some patients' cards. It was about 5-10 minutes after 11 when she heard the elevator come up.
Mm-hmm.
She heard the elevator stop and the doors open. Kept on checking the cards there, didn't pay any attention to it, and then she realized nobody got out of the elevator. She looked up, and the elevator doors were still open. She saw this young woman slumped over in a wheelchair sitting there in the elevator.
The woman was alone, was she?
That's right. The nurse went over and wheeled her out of the elevator. The woman was wearing a nightgown, a bathrobe over that. She was unconscious. Nurse called me. The two of us took the woman into a treatment room. I examined her. She was dead.
Any indication how long?
Body was still warm. She'd only been dead a short time.
Any idea of the cause of death?
I noticed a couple of abrasions on her right shoulder, another one in the right temporal region. Not positive, but I don't think any of them were severe enough to cause death.
No other markings at all?
No, she seemed to have been in good physical condition. Noticed a strong smell of alcohol, though. Could be she'd been drinking.
Is the nurse pretty sure the woman came up the elevator alone? Possibility one of the attendants might have brought her up?
No, I checked with the attendant on duty down the first floor lobby, Ray Collins. He didn't bring her up. He said a man came in the lobby about 11 o'clock. Said he had a sick woman out in his car. He asked for a wheelchair to bring her in. Ray asked if he could help, but the man said he'd take care of it. That's all Ray knows about it. He let the man have a wheelchair, then he went in the back room to change some linens on the ambulance stretcher.
Mm-hmm. Any possibility one of the other attendants might have brought her up in the elevator?
No, Collins was the only attendant on duty.
I'd like to talk to him. Is he still around?
Yeah, I knew you'd want to see him. He was off duty 11:30. I held him over. He's down at the corner having a sandwich. He ought to be back in a few minutes.
And what do you figure, Doctor? Think the woman could have operated the elevator herself?
Possible. Not too probable, though. It's a self-operating elevator, automatic.
Mm-hmm.
Someone could have wheeled the woman into the elevator, pushed the button for the 3rd floor, and then stepped back. Would have taken her straight up.
Yeah. The nurse is sure the elevator didn't go back down after it got up here, huh?
Positive. She heard the elevator doors open. They stayed that way. She kept waiting for someone to come out, and that's what attracted her attention.
I see. How about identification? The woman have a purse with her or anything like that, Doc?
No, all she had was what she was wearing, nightgown, slippers, and bathrobe. Let's go back and have a look. I'll show you.
Okay, thank you. You say the only markings on the body are those abrasions on the shoulder and the forehead.
Yeah, that's right.
And you don't think that's why she's dead? You got any ideas at all?
Well, I wouldn't want to say, Lockwood. Strange one. Going to have to wait for the autopsy.
Well, how about the wheelchair the woman came up in, Doc? Where's it now?
Back here in the same room with the body. I gave notice it wasn't to be touched. I knew you'd want to check.
Oh, fine.
In here.
All right to smoke in here?
Yeah, sure.
Fine. Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Bill?
No. Over here on the table. Nurse put the woman's clothing over there. Nightgown, slippers, bathrobe.
I see.
Seems to be a fairly young woman.
I'd say in her early 30s. Nice-looking girl. Well-groomed. Notice her hair and fingernails. Well-kept.
And bruise there on her head. Took a pretty good blow to cause that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, might even be worse than it looks. Hard to say right now. Other abrasions I was telling you about, right here along the clavicle, seem to be fairly distinct. 3 or 4 of them.
That's all of them, huh?
That's it. Like I say, we'll know more after they post the body. Take a look at the clothing over here.
Want to check over the bathrobe, Bill?
Yeah.
There's no label here. Size marking, though. Size 34. Just an ordinary rayon nightgown. Seems to be fairly new. It's not damaged.
Nothing on the bathrobe, Joe. Both pockets empty. No visible markings. Manufacturer's label here. Fairly common trade name.
Laundry marks?
No, none showing. We can have the crime lab check them over. How about the slippers?
No, it's the same. Nothing.
You fellas want me to notify the coroner?
No, we'll get it, Doc. We have to call in for the crime lab crew anyway.
It looks like a rough one. We don't even know what we've got.
I can't figure it. If somebody murdered the woman, why'd they bring her here to die?
Yeah.
If she was sick or hurt and they were worried enough about it to bring her here, why'd they want to get rid of her? Leave her alone in an elevator.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. Somebody's got something to hide.
Sure could use a lead. Man puts her on the elevator and sends her up 3 floors. Don't know who she is, how she died. Don't even know where she came from.
Well, there's no choice. We'll just start at the beginning.
Yeah?
Ground floor. 11:52 p.m. The receiving hospital attendant, Ray Collins, returned, and we interviewed him in Dr. Terrell's office. He told us substantially the same thing the doctor had told us. At a few minutes past 11 o'clock that night, a man entered the lobby of the hospital and asked for a wheelchair to move a patient up to the 3rd floor. Collins stated he gave the man the wheelchair. The man refused his offer of assistance, and Collins went on about his work. He didn't see the patient, and he didn't see any car parked outside, and he was able to give us only a partial description of the man himself. A male Caucasian, about 35 years old, short, heavy build, dark hair. The crew from the crime lab arrived and began their investigation. The body was photographed and fingerprinted, and the wheelchair was also dusted for prints. The clothing was packed up to be taken downtown for further examination. After the men from the crime lab left, Bill Lockwood began a canvass of the immediate neighborhood for possible witnesses. Meantime, I checked with the rest of the hospital personnel and the patients. They could tell me nothing. 12:30 a.m., I met Bill back at Dr. Terrell's office.
How'd you do, Joe? Any luck?
Well, I talked to the nurses and some of the other attendants. They couldn't help any. Checked with the dispatcher on incoming and outgoing ambulances. Nothing there. What about you?
No good. Most of the business places around here are locked up. Talked to the newsboy down at the corner. He was about the only one on the street. He didn't see anything.
Sure going slow, isn't it? Might give Bergman a call, see if he's got the woman's prints classified yet.
How about the coroner? Show up yet?
Yeah, I think he's in there now. Yes, ma'am. Give me station 2557. Yeah, that's right. Latent prints. Hi, let me talk to Bergman, please. Right. Yeah, Dean, Joe Friday. No, we're still over at the hospital. You do any good on those prints? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what we figured. How about her prints? Okay, Dean, thanks. Yeah, right. Well, we're still batting 1,000.
What do you say? They make her prints?
Nothing in records on her. Dean's going to send along a set to Washington, see if they got anything.
How about the wheelchair? Any prints there?
Well, the nurses and Doc Terrell's, that's all. We figured on that, didn't we?
Lousy luck.
Sure is. I checked with missing persons while you were out. There's nothing there either.
Well, that about finishes up here, huh?
Yeah, we better get back to the office.
Joe?
Yeah, Doc.
I think I got something for you here.
Yeah?
Nurse at the switchboard got a call a minute ago. Man's voice wanted to know the condition of Carla Cheswick. Nurse checked the list of patients, didn't find anyone by that name. The man insisted she's here. The nurse asked him what time the woman was admitted to the hospital. He told her 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah?
The man said, I know she's there. I brought her myself.
Along with Dr. Terrell, Bill Lockwood and I went down the hall and talked to the nurse who'd received the phone call. She told us that she tried to question the caller as to his name and his relationship to the alleged patient, Carla Cheswick, but the man refused and hung up. We put in a call to R&I and asked him to run the name for us. There was no one by that name in the files. We went back to the doctor's office and started checking through the telephone directories. In the northwestern section, we found a listing for a Mrs. Carla Z. Cheswick on North Capitol Avenue. We called the number, but there was no answer. Then we checked with the office, told them what we had, and that we were going to follow through on it. 1:18 a.m. It was only a possibility, but it had to be checked out. Bill Lockwood and I left Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, got in the car, and drove out to the address on North Capitol Avenue. It was a large apartment house, fairly new. The name on the mailbox for apartment 18 was Mrs. Carla Cheswick. We rang, but there was no answer. We finally had to get the manager out of bed, a Mrs. Herbert. We identified ourselves and explained the reason for our visit. She got a pass key, showed us upstairs to the second floor, and let us in apartment 18. There was no one there, but there was evidence of a recent party within a matter of hours. Half-filled cocktail glasses, an empty whiskey bottle, a glass bowl containing partially melted ice cubes. An end table in the corner had been overturned. In the bedroom, women's clothing was scattered on the floor and on the dressing table. On the mantel in the living room, there was a picture of a woman.
Did you notice anything unusual about her at that time, Miss Herbert? I mean, anything out of the ordinary?
No, don't think so. She'd been drinking some. I'm pretty sure of that, but that's not unusual for Mrs. Cheswick. She drinks quite a bit. Parties and things. Runs around a lot.
Yes, ma'am. You didn't notice anything about her face? No cuts, bruises, anything like that?
No, nothing like that. Why?
And you told us she had quite a few men friends. Do you know any of their names, where they live?
No, can't say to do. She was just one of the tenants. I didn't try to get acquainted. Didn't have much in common with her. The other tenants didn't either, matter of fact. She kept pretty much to herself, her and her friends.
Mm-hmm. I see. Now, about this party she had last night, Miss Herbert, you say you don't know who was there with her?
No, I'm afraid I don't. When I called her on the phone to ask her to quiet things down, I heard that one man's voice talking. That's about all, though. I couldn't tell you who was there.
Well, is there anyone at all that you know of that was close to her? I mean, someone we could talk to about her.
Well, her husband, I suppose. He's the only one close to her I know. He comes around every month and takes care of the rent. Kind of a peculiar thing, but I never questioned it. I figured it's their business, live and let live.
Do you have any idea where we can find the husband, ma'am?
No, I'm not sure. He works at a machine shop out near Glendale. I have his home address in my rent book downstairs if you want it.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to have that if we could. Would you happen to know how Mrs. Cheswick and her husband got along? I mean, the separation of theirs. Was it friendly, or did they still quarrel quite a bit?
No, as far as I know, they got along all right, as long as they didn't have to live together. Poor Mr. Cheswick, I feel sorry for him. He's going to take it hard. His wife, I don't know whether to blame or pity her. She was a terrible disappointment to him.
That's so?
I had a long talk with him once. Seemed like such a nice man, hard worker. And his wife, he was so disgusted. I mean, drinking all the time, going out with different men. Bitter disappointment. He told me how he felt.
Well, did he seem violent on the subject? I mean, did he feel anger toward his wife? Would you know?
No, just pity. Said he'd rather have her dead than go on the way she was.
We checked through the dead woman's apartment for names and addresses of some of her men friends, but we found nothing. The crew from the crime lab went over the apartment thoroughly. The only evidence found were fingerprints on some of the cocktail glasses. Along with the apartment manager, Mrs. Herbert, we went downstairs and she gave us Mr. Cheswick's home address and also his place of employment. 2:30 a.m. We got to a phone and called Cheswick's home, but the people he was staying with told us that he wasn't there. He was working the all-night shift at a farm implement factory on Glendale Boulevard. 3:05 a.m. Bill and I drove out to the factory and checked with the night personnel superintendent. He directed us to the factory repair shop where Cheswick was employed as a welder. The foreman at the repair shop pointed him out for us. Cheswick was working on the welding line, a tall, thin man, slight build. Bill Lockwood and I went back and introduced ourselves.
Yes, sir, Ernie Cheswick. That's my name. What can I do for you?
I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes if we could. It's about your wife, sir.
Carla? What's the matter? Is she in trouble again?
Well, it might be better if we could step outside and talk. It won't take very long.
All right, I got to finish up this little job here, if you don't mind waiting. A couple of pieces of tubing. It won't take a minute.
Sure, you go right ahead.
You might stand back a couple of steps. This thing pops a little.
Okay, thanks.
Too much oxygen. Have to light it again. Yeah, that does it.
Don't look at the flames, Joe. Bad for your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
They're sure earn their money, don't they?
Yeah, they seem to. A lot of work.
Finish a second here. Okay, that's got it. Now, what's this about my wife, Sergeant? What's the matter?
We understand you're separated from her, Mr. Cheswick.
Yeah, that's right. About a year ago now. I finally gave it up as a bad job. Wasn't anything I could do for her. Nothing anybody could do for her. Hopeless.
Well, when's the last time you saw her?
First of the month. Went by to pay her rent. Dropped in to say hello, that's all. I stay away as much as I can. No good bum, that's about all you can say about her. Shame to admit I was even married to her. Why do you ask, anyway?
Your wife's dead, Mr. Cheswick.
Huh?
Yes, sir. She died late last night. Found her at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
Oh. Yes, I've been expecting something like that. I can't feel sorry. Probably the best thing for her. How'd it happen?
Well, we're not sure. I wonder if we could step outside. Sure be a lot easier to talk, wouldn't it?
Yeah, all right.
Fine.
Over here, we can duck out the back way.
Okay.
You say they found her at Georgia Street, huh? What was it? She in an accident?
Oh, so it doesn't look like that. We're going to have to wait for the coroner's report. What time do you check in at night for work, Mr. Cheswick?
You're supposed to be on the job by 10 o'clock. I punched in before that tonight. Why?
A routine question. I suppose the men around the plant will vouch for you. You checked in at 10 and you've been here ever since?
Yeah, that's right. You can ask any of them. What's the pitch? You think I had something to do with it? Carla getting killed?
Well, we didn't say that, Cheswick. Your wife's dead, and we have to check on all the leads, all the possible suspects.
Well, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't have anything to do with it. She wasn't well. I lived 9 years with her. Lousiest 9 years of my life. Booze, parties, going out all the time. She wasn't a wife. She didn't know what the word meant.
I understand she'd been running around with different men lately. Do you happen to know any of them?
No, I don't know. I couldn't care less. Stupid dame, Sergeant. That's the easiest way you can let her off. I tried to make a go of it. Wasn't any good. I worked for her, tried to give her everything she wanted. Didn't make any difference.
Yeah?
She was a bum. Some of them must be born that way, a bum dame. I could have killed her. I had reason enough to. I didn't.
How about your wife's drinking habits? She do most of it at home, or did she go out to bars?
Always at the bar. Only one place she ever went to. Place on 8th and Rosewood, right on the corner. Went there all the time, 6, 7 nights a week. She'd hang over the bar all night. How'd you like to put up with that for 9 years, huh? Drinking, going off somewhere on weekend.
How come it lasted that long, Cheswick?
I don't know. I guess I should have had my head examined. Just a bum. I figured I could change her. Kept trying. Never worked out. After the drinking, she'd have these terrific headaches. It'd make her sick. I'd stay home from work and take care of her, wait on her hand and foot. She always made promises, nothing but a liar. As soon as she got well, she'd start it all over again. Same thing.
Yeah.
Just a bum, a tramp. No good at all, no good. She's a tramp, no good tramp.
Cheswick? Mr. Cheswick, is there anything we can do?
Carla. She's dead. Carla.
When the dead woman's husband, Ernest Cheswick, recovered, we continued questioning him, but we got nowhere. Before we left the plant, we checked his time card, talked to the machine shop foreman and some of the men Cheswick worked with. We got the same story all along the line. Cheswick had showed up for work at 9:46 p.m. the night before and had not left the plant since that time. 4:35 a.m. Bill and I got in the car, drove back to the office, and typed up a 15.7 report for Captain Lorman. 8:30 a.m., over in the county morgue, the body of Mrs. Cheswick was being posted. A few minutes past 10 a.m., Bill Lockwood and I drove out to a bar on the corner of 8th and Rosewood, the same bar where Ernest Cheswick told us his wife did most of her drinking. It was a typical neighborhood cocktail lounge in the early morning. 2 customers sipping beer at the far end of the bar. The manager busy washing glasses and bringing in supplies. We called him over and identified ourselves.
Popular girl. Married old Ernie Cheswick. They're separated now.
Yeah, well, do you know if she was in here last night?
That's right, she was. Hardly misses night. Why?
Would you happen to know about what time she left last night?
8:30, about that. You might ask that fellow there down at the end of the bar. He'd know better than me.
Well, how's that?
He left with her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
November 10th, Thursday, 10:14 a.m. The manager of the cocktail lounge pointed out the man at the end of the bar who was supposed to have left the place shortly after 8 o'clock the night before with the dead woman, Carla Cheswick. Bill Lockwood and I went up to the man, identified ourselves, and questioned him briefly. He appeared tense and highly nervous. He told us his name was John Gables, an assistant sales manager for a downtown jewelry concern. He didn't deny that he was in the bar the night before, but he refused to admit that he left with Mrs. Cheswick. He insisted he didn't even know her. We asked him to account for how he spent his time the night before, but he refused. We got in the car and drove downtown to the city hall. While Bill took the suspect to the interrogation room, I stopped by the R&I counter and had to make a run on Gables. He had no previous criminal record. I called the morgue, but there was no report on the autopsy yet. 10:52 a.m. I signed in at the office, briefed Captain Lorman on the developments, and then I headed down the hall for the interrogation room.
We had a couple of drinks together, and that's all there was to it. You can ask anybody who was there. She got up and left by herself. I didn't go with her.
And Joe? Yeah.
Gables here was just telling me he did see Mrs. Cheswick in the bar last night. Had a couple of drinks with her.
Why'd you hold out, Gables? Why couldn't you told us that when we asked you?
I didn't remember then. You came up to me in the bar, started asking questions. I got all rattled.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make any difference, though. I didn't even know her name. Just had those couple of drinks with her, and then she got up and left. That's all. I didn't go out with her. And the bartender says you did. He's sure of it. Says he can get half a dozen other people to back him up. Well, he's wrong. He's got to be. He's thinking of somebody else.
Well, if you didn't leave the bar with Ms. Cheswick, when did you leave?
I don't know. About 5 or 10 minutes later, I guess.
Where'd you go then?
I walked around a little bit, got a little fresh air.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to a show.
Which one?
I don't remember the name of the place. It's on Rosewood, a couple of blocks down from the bar.
What picture did you see?
I'm not sure. I had a couple of drinks.
You went to the movies? You don't even know what you saw?
Well, I told you I had a couple of drinks. I was feeling pretty good. I just don't remember, that's all. Not much of an alibi, Gables. What are you talking about? I don't need an alibi.
A woman's dead, mister. You were with her the last time she was seen alive.
I wasn't with her. I don't care what anybody tells you. I wasn't with her.
This movie you say you went to. What time did you get out?
After midnight, I think. I don't remember.
Where'd you go after that?
Bar, had a few more drinks, and then I went back to my hotel. Which bar was that? Place on West 7th. I go there sometimes. I know the bartender.
What time did you leave there?
Closing time, 2 o'clock, and then I went back to my hotel.
Uh-huh. You say you know the bartender there. I guess he'd be glad to vouch for you. I mean that you were there when you said you were.
I don't know. Maybe not. He was pretty busy last night. Maybe he didn't notice me. How about your hotel? Huh? The desk clerk. Somebody like that. They should be able to tell what time you got in, don't you think? No, they wouldn't know. I always carry my key with me. I go in the side door. They wouldn't know what time I got in.
What are you trying to sell, mister?
What are you talking about?
You knocked around town from 8 o'clock last night till past 2 o'clock this morning. You can't think of anyone that could vouch for you, where you were, what time you got there, what time you left?
I can't think of anybody right now. I don't take down names and addresses every time somebody looks at me. What's the difference anyway? I didn't have anything to do with the girl.
This difference, Gables. The attendant at the hospital, he got a good look at the man who came in and asked for that wheelchair. He gave us the man's description. It fits you pretty close.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. He could make a mistake, too, just like that bartender.
They're all wrong but you. Is that what you're trying to say?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, I only got one thing to say. I had a couple of drinks with Carla last night, and that's all. She left by herself. I didn't even go near the apartment.
How'd you know she had an apartment?
Well, you told me. You said so. No, we didn't say anything like that. And I guess I heard it around the bar. Maybe she mentioned to me. Yeah, that's probably it.
Why don't you come off it, Gables?
Come off what? I don't even know what you're getting at.
We want a straight story, and we're not getting it. You told us you didn't even know the Cheswick woman before last night. You didn't even know her name.
That's right.
Then why'd you say Carla just a minute ago? You said I had a couple of drinks with Carla.
I say that?
That's what you said.
Maybe I just hadn't remembered. I was drinking quite a bit, talking to her. Maybe I just remembered it. Won't do, Gables. Story doesn't hold water. How about it? I don't know. I was drinking quite a bit. A lot of things I don't remember.
How about giving it to us straight? What do you remember?
I thought about it all night. The more I went over it, the worse it got. I just couldn't remember. I knew what it'd sound like in court. I couldn't tell it that way.
You couldn't tell what?
I didn't kill her. I didn't even touch her. You gotta believe that.
Yeah.
I left the bar with her about 8:15, 8:30. She invited me up to her apartment. She was pretty well gone. Had quite a few drinks.
Mm-hmm.
We got there, had some more to drink, and then Carla got up and started for the kitchen to get some more ice. She tripped, I think, stumbled a little bit, and then she fell down. I think that's the way it was.
All right, go on.
She tried to get up, and then she fell again. Wasn't a bad fall, though. I figured she just passed out. Got some cold towels, ice water. I tried to bring her around. It wasn't any good. She was white as a sheet. I got scared. I didn't know what happened.
What'd you do then?
I don't remember. I just kept trying to bring her around. I don't remember any of it very well. I don't even know why she fell down. You think you could have hit her, Gables? You think maybe that's why she fell down? No. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I was mad at her for anything. I think we were having a pretty good time. I just don't remember, that's all. I'm not sure about any of it. Lousy booze, no good at all.
Did you kill her, Gables?
No, Sergeant, I swear it. As far as I can remember, I didn't. We were having a good time. That's all I know. I know I wasn't mad. I'm not a nasty drunk, not as far as I can remember anyway.
What'd you do when you couldn't revive Mrs. Cheswick? You brought her to the hospital?
Yeah, the shape I was in, I couldn't figure anything else to do. I got her in the car, drove her down to Georgia Street. I put her in the elevator, pressed the button, and sent her up. I'm a married man, you know. I didn't want any scandal and didn't want to get involved.
You didn't kill her. Is that what you want us to believe?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember. If I killed her, I think I'd know it. I'm sure I would. I just don't remember.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Interrogation room, Friday talking. Yeah, Arthur. That's so. Just a second. All right, I got a pencil now. Go ahead. Uh-huh. Are you sure? How was that? I see. No possibility, huh? Yeah, I see. Okay, Arthur, thanks a lot. Yeah, sure, we'll pick it up later. Right, bye.
Yeah, Jim?
Coroner's report just finished the autopsy. It's all right, Gables.
Huh?
It's all right, it's all cleared up.
What do you mean?
Well, you're free to go if you like. We're not going to hold you.
What's the pitch, Joe?
Coroner's report. Primary cause of death was a massive cerebral hemorrhage into the ventricle.
Could have been a blow on the head, couldn't it? You figure that could have done it?
No. Secondary cause was a brain tumor, a big one. Coroner says she's had it for years. It must have caused her a lot of pain. Probably would have accounted for the drinking.
And the tumor brought on the hemorrhage. That's what's killed her.
That's it. Coroner says erosion of the blood vessel by brain tumor. Probably grew, caused pressure on a blood vessel, finally gave way, caused a hemorrhage, and that killed her.
And she just died. I didn't have anything to do with it. She died and I didn't kill her.
Yes, sir, that's right. You're free to go if you want.
Thank God. You know, officers, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't know the answer. I didn't know if I killed her or not. I really didn't. Drinking so much, I came to, and there she was dead. I didn't know what happened. I really didn't. I didn't know the answer.
Well, you're one up on us, Gables.
Huh?
We thought we did.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Thursday, November 10th, a meeting was held in the office of Captain of Homicide. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there's not much I can add to what George Fenneman and Hal Gibney have already told you about Fatima's. If you smoke them, I know you'll agree with me that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. If you haven't tried them yet, well, there's only one way to prove it to yourself, and that's to buy a pack and give them a try. I wish you would kind of check up on what we've been telling you. Compare Fatima's with any other king-size cigarette. You'll like Fatima's better flavor and aroma. It's extra mild and soothing smoke. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy a pack tomorrow. Fatima.
With the filing of the official autopsy report by the county coroner, John Gables was cleared of all charges. He was released from custody immediately. The death of Mrs. Carla Cheswick was listed as due to natural causes by the coroner's jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year's traffic death toll was 37,500, a 7% increase over 1950. The National Safety Council believes that the best way to promote safety on the road is for each of us to know and obey traffic laws, to read and heed traffic signs. So be careful. The life you save.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Vic Perrin, and Gwen Delano. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
cars, attention all cars, attention all Fresno County Sheriff's cars. Be on the lookout for following described men. Number 1, 35 years of age, sallow complexion, wearing a cap, a brown suit. Number 2, around 25, slender build, thin face, wearing a light cap, blue coveralls. These men held up and robbed the First State Bank of Clovis of $30,000 an hour ago.
In gathering the facts for these true crime broadcasts, executives of the Rio Grande Oil Company personally contact the police officers involved, so many of whom are using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in their daily work. In Oakland, in Berkeley, in Los Angeles, and in many other cities and counties of California and Arizona, these investigators have found why Rio Grande cracked gasoline is specified exclusively for all emergency cars. These cities and counties have made repeated tests of the many gasolines available, and have yet failed to find any gasoline which can outperform Rio Grande crack. In all features, quick starting, acceleration, speed, power, it has no superior. And yet with all these advantages, it costs no more to buy, and actually costs less per mile. Official records prove these claims, and that's why more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande crack wherever it is sold than any other gasoline. Try it in your car. Get a sample of police car performance, and you too will acknowledge that Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives you the most for your money. Now it is our great pleasure to present Sheriff George Overholt of Fresno County. Sheriff Overholt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's an interesting parallel to be drawn between the psychology of the lawbreaker and the psychology of his eternal enemy, the police officer. It could be summed up in one word: patience. The average criminal does not possess this golden virtue because he is motivated primarily by one vice greed. When we are pitting our forces against the lawbreaker who has patience, then we have a really difficult time. But in the case you're about to hear, a typical case from our files, it was the patience of the police officer which destined from the beginning that the criminal should be caught. For the police officer dedicated to but one aim, the eradication of crime, has his entire life, if necessary, to accomplish the solution of a single case. The criminal must commit further crime to satisfy his insatiable greed. Lacking the patience and foresight of the forces of society, he sooner or later walks into a trap such as the patience of my colleague O.J. King wove in this evening's case.
February 5th, 1924. 2 men enter the First State Bank of Clovis, California. Mr. Howinson, the only employee in the bank, turns to his window.
Yes, sir? Here's this 20 for you.
Yes, sir. How would you like it?
10 and a 5 with some silver.
Right away.
All right, go on in, Bert. See that door by the window.
Okay. Here we are. 10.
Stick up your hand. This is a hold-up, mister. Tie his hands behind his back, Bert. I got him covered.
Right. Now, look here.
If you know what's good for you, shut up. We ain't aching to do any killing. We will if it's necessary.
He won't slip out of that knot.
Good. Now get back there in the both of you. Go on.
You're not going to lock me up in there, are you?
Get back there, I said. All the way at the back. Okay, Bud. Empty those cash drawers.
Right. Want these traveler checks and bonds?
I want everything we can carry.
Okay. There, that's got it all.
Okay, let's go. We're going to lock you in, pal, so you won't get any harm.
Well, please don't do that.
They'll find you sooner or later.
Hey, Tom. Here comes somebody crossing the street. He looks like he's coming here.
Get him over the door. When he opens it, stick your gut in his rib.
Okay.
See him up, mister.
What's going on here? What's it look like, a tea party?
Look here, I'm the vice president of this bank.
Well, that's just dandy. Now get over there by that filing cabinet and face the wall.
Well, look here, my man. Do you realize...
Get over it quick. Now, you're smart. You'll stay right there for 5 minutes. Come on, Bill. Oh, and you'd better unlock that vault sometime this afternoon. Your pal's in there.
The excited descriptions that Howinson and Rayburn give Sheriff William F. Jones of Fresno County and Deputy Sheriff O.J. King are incomplete and confused. All they discover in Clovis that they can help them is capturing the robbers if they have escaped in the black touring car. Then the following day, the owner of a garage in Fresno informs the sheriff that there's a suspicious car at his place. Sheriff Jones, accompanied by Deputy Sheriff King, visit the garage to listen to the attendant's story.
I was nosing around this car, and I found a half-full sack of roofing nails in the back and a bullet. And I remembered reading about that bank holdup yesterday and how the guys that pulled it threw roofing nails up behind them. And I thought maybe this was the car.
Which one is it?
That black Chandler over there, Sheriff.
Let's look at it, King. You haven't touched anything in the car, have you?
Oh, no, sir. I left everything just the way I found it.
Good. Take down that license number, King.
Yes, sir.
365305. Did you know the sheriff that those plates are wired on instead of bolted?
Yes, so they are. Probably stolen. Here are the roofing nails in the shell.
And the gas can is missing from those canteens on the running board.
Yes, it looks as though the car was recently painted black. Pretty bad job. You can tell it was originally blue. Say, who left this car here?
Well, a fellow drove it in yesterday about 1:30 in the afternoon.
An hour before the bank robbery.
And he said he wanted to store it for a couple of days.
What was his name?
He signed T.T. Jones on the register.
Ever see him before?
No, sir.
What did he look like?
Well, he was kind of tall and slender, and he was dark complexion.
Think you know him again if you saw him?
Oh, sure.
But a roundup of suspicious, tall, slender, dark men proved fruitless. The license plates are checked through Sacramento and proven to be stolen, and the motor number of the car shows it also to have been taken without the permission of its owner. Thus, the identity of the Clovis bandits remains a mystery for 2 weeks, and then a prying citizen, not content to mind his own business, carries a suspicious tale to the sheriff.
It's been more than a week now since I seen anybody in that house next door to me, Sheriff. I noticed that the back door was wide open, but the house looked deserted. So I finally decided to investigate. I went over there this morning.
What'd you find?
Well, those people who live there must have left in a hurry, because there's dishes still in the kitchen sink and water in the bathtub. Even a meal on the table still, as though they'd left in the middle of dinner.
Well, I guess we'd better go over there and have a look.
To the mystery house on Roosevelt Avenue goes Sheriff Jones, accompanied by Deputy Sheriff King and several city policemen. While King investigates the garage in back, Sheriff Jones and the officers go over the house.
Here's some receipts in his desk drawer, Sheriff.
Let me see them. Well, rent receipt dated January 29th. Made out to Mrs. Joseph J. Ray. And gas and light receipts for the same person.
Hey, Sheriff, I forgot some things.
What?
Look here, what I found in the dressing drawer in the bedroom. Clean laundry.
Any marks on it?
Just a minute, I'll see. Yeah, there's a mark on this shirt. 6P788. And the same marks on these handkerchiefs. And here's a couple of towels with the words Casa Moreno embroidered on them.
Well, there's nothing in the law that says tenants can't move out of a house and leave some handkerchiefs and towels behind them.
Say, maybe they were ducking the rent.
No, according to this receipt, the rent isn't due for another week or 10 days.
Well, it looks funny to me.
I don't see anything for us to do but notify the landlady that our house is empty. Just leave that stuff in the drawer, Ben. Maybe they'll come back for it.
Yes, sir. Hey, Sheriff. I
Yes.
think we stumbled onto something.
Yeah, what?
Now, listen, remember that's the car he went over, the black Chandler that'd been used in the Clovis bank job?
Yes.
Now, that car was painted black in the garage out back.
What?
Yes, sir. There's a couple of half-empty cans of black paint out there. And also the curtains that were missing from that Chandler. And, oh, yeah, the gasoline can that was missing from that set on the running board.
Well, that's different. Get that laundry out of the drawer, Ben, and collect those receipts. It's only a matter of tracing the marks on this laundry, King, and we'll have the identity of the bank robbers.
But the matter does not prove as simple as the sheriff had sanguinely anticipated. For weeks, the police in San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle assist the Fresno authorities in searching for the laundry mark 6P788. Sheriff Jones assigns Deputy Sheriff King to full time on this colossal task. The services of Phil Giac, a detective specializing in bank jobs, is also enlisted. Together, King and Giac interview laundry after laundry. Finally, weeks after the holdup, they enter the Snow White Laundry, a small establishment in Oakland.
Yes, sir.
Did you have some laundry here?
No, we're from the Fresno County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, yeah?
We're tracing a laundry mark. Do you use a mark like the one on this handkerchief?
T788. It don't look familiar.
Well, you got a book or something that lists them, don't you?
Yeah. I'll look in it if you want me to.
Well, it ain't too much trouble.
Huh? Just a minute.
Hold your breath and keep your fingers crossed, Phil. Yeah, my fingers are all calloused from keeping them crossed. It don't look like there's a laundry using that mark this side of Bangor, Maine.
What did you say that number was again?
T788.
Oh, well, I doubt if it's ours. We never seem to have the numbers you officers want. Guess we cater to a higher type of customer. Don't you suppose that's why?
Possibly. Would you mind going back? You turned 2 pages that time.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
That's funny, and I turned right by the P. Now, let me see. Well, what do you know?
Well, did you find it?
Yeah, here it is. P788.
What's the name of the customer that used that mark?
Says Ryan here.
What initials?
Doesn't give any.
Address?
The Watson Apartment, 724 15th Street.
Come on, King. That's all we need. Are you the proprietor here?
I'm Mrs. Watson, the owner.
We're officers from Fresno County. We want some information about some tenant of yours named Ryan.
Why, they haven't been here since last September.
What were their full names?
Mr. and Mrs. E.J. Ryan.
What did they look like?
Well, Mr. Ryan was about 40 years old, sort of short and stout, and his head was bald in the front. And Mrs. Ryan was about 30. She was sort of pretty and wore stylish clothes.
They have a lease?
Yes.
Who signed it?
Mr. Ryan.
Have you got that lease here?
Well, yes, I believe so.
Well, may we see it?
Well, yes, if I can find it. It should be in this drawer in the desk. Oh, yes, here's it.
Hey, look at that, Phil. Yeah. If I remember right, this is darn close to the handwriting of T.T. Jones on the register of that garage in Fresno. I'd like to borrow this for a handwriting comparison, Mrs. Watson.
Very well.
Now, do you know where these Ryans went after they left here?
Why, yes. They said they were moving to the Casa Moreno.
Where's that?
Over on Market Street.
That all ties in, Phil. We found some napkins from the Casa Moreno in that house they abandoned in Fresno. Yeah, we'd better go over there right away then.
Why, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Ryan took an apartment here on September 24th. They were with me until the day before Christmas last year.
Well, where'd they move to?
Well, they didn't say, but they had their baggage taken away by the Federal Transfer Company.
Yeah, I moved them trucks for Mrs. Ryan. Where? Let me see. What was the Hickok Apartments on Vallejo Street in San Francisco?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Hickok. Why, yes, the people you described registered here at Christmas time, but about 2 weeks later they skipped out, owing me the loan.
So tediously from apartment house to apartment house, the officers follow their quarry, always just a jump behind them. Then, while seeking an apartment house on Eureka Street, they see a woman answering Mrs. Ryan's description leave the place. They follow her for days, hoping she will lead them to Ryan, but finally, while chasing a Vallejo-bound stage on which she is riding, they have a flat tire and are forced to abandon the chase. But their forlorn hopes are revived next day by the information that T. Ryan had purchased an automobile in Oakland. They run down this clue and next day report to the sheriff in Fresno.
Well, boys, did you get anywhere? Did we? I'll say so. Where's your prisoner? Oh, we haven't got him yet. But we know who he is. Fine. Who is he? Name's Thomas Griffin. Served 2 hitches in San Quentin, ran larceny and burglary. Well, how'd you find that out? Well, as usual with criminals, he slipped. When he bought the used car from this dealer in Oakland, he and this dame of his looked it over together. The dealer made a crack about just the thing for your wife. Our man said that she wasn't his wife. She was a nurse at a hospital in Vallejo, and that his name was Griffin. Well, how do you tie it up? This way. There's a gang of bank robbers from the east hanging out in Vallejo, according to the boys up north. Now, we lost our dame when she was on the Vallejo stage. We haven't been able to tie the name Regan or Ryan on a record we've got on file. We tried Griffin, and here it is. Look at that card. He fits every description we have on him. Good work, boys, good work. One time a hunch played out right. But say, have you any idea where you'll find Thomas Griffin? No, but we're going back over the trail again. We're bound to catch up with him.
Back over the tedious trail go the officers, checking the confusing addresses, checking known acquaintances and friends of the wanted couple. Search is fruitless. Their discouragement great when a tip from Sheriff Jones that a Mr. and Mrs. T.J. Ryan own a small ranch at Solano and sends them scurrying to Vacaville. They drive to the neighborhood of the Ryan Ranch outside the town, and pulling up beside the road, they plan their strategy.
If the dame is as smart as she ought to be, she'll take us for bold.
All right. And if Griffin is there, we're liable to end up on a plank if we start nosing around.
Of course, this lead might be a blind. After all, Ryan isn't an uncommon name.
Here comes the kid up the road. Let's ask him some phony question. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
You live around here?
Sure. Just up the road a piece.
We're looking for Mrs. Jameson. You know where she lives?
No, sir. I never heard of her.
Supposed to be around here someplace.
I don't know no Mrs. Jameson.
She lives in that house over there?
Oh, no. Mrs. Ryan lives there.
Mrs. Ryan, eh? Does she live alone?
Uh-huh. She's got a husband, but he went away a couple of days ago.
Can you imagine that? Missed him again.
But you don't know any Mrs. Jameson, huh?
No, sir.
I guess he weren't directed right then. Thanks, kid.
You're welcome.
Let's go, partner.
Now, wait a minute. We're not sure whether these are the Ryans we're looking for. And here's our chance.
What do you mean?
That dame just came out of that house. Hand me those binoculars from the back, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks. Darn these things. I never could get them focused right. There we are. Still, it's her. It's our Mrs. Ryan or Regan or Griffin or whatever her name is.
Let's get out of here fast. We don't want her to spot us.
For 10 days, the two officers watched the Ryan Ranch from the cover of a haystack, noting every movement of Mrs. Ryan through their high-powered binoculars. But no one visits the woman. Griffin never returns, and finally Mrs. Ryan packs up and leaves the ranch. The officers are close behind her when she drives back to Oakland. They watch her as she registers in a cheap hotel, and 15 minutes later, they have taken rooms across the street commanding a view into hers. The next day, when she enters the downtown bank, they are close behind her. And when she leaves, they approach the bank official with whom she has been talking.
We're police officers.
Yes, gentlemen.
Now, what did that woman want you were just talking to?
Well, she has a safe deposit box here.
What for?
We never require that information of our customers.
Did she use the box?
Yes?
What's she put in it?
Well, I don't know. We provide private booths for the depositors.
You'd better open that box for us.
Well, I can't do that.
We're investigating a bad beat, a bank robbery. How do you know this woman isn't looking this place over for the next job her gang pulls?
Still, I can't let you into the box. The law forbids it. And anyway, we have no keys excepting those in the possession of the depositor.
Now, look here, young fella. This is important, and you're obstructing...
Wait a minute, Jamie. He's right. He has no way to let us into the box, even if he were permitted to by law. We'll have to watch it.
Watch it? What for?
I just thought of something. This Harris gang is supposed to be hiding out up in Vallejo to use the gag back east.
What gag?
Sending messages through a safe deposit box. Safer than the mail, see?
I get it. It's worth a try.
So Deputy Sheriff King takes up his vigil, hidden in the vault of the bank, watching day after day for the return of Mrs. Ryan. Finally, 3 days later, he sees her enter the vault, remove a paper from the safe deposit box, and replace it with another. After tearing up the first paper and throwing it in the wastebasket, she goes out. Carefully, King retrieves the abandoned scraps of paper, rushes with them to his partner. Behind locked doors of their hotel room, they carefully piece the sheet together.
Here. This one goes in here. And the square piece fits in after the F on the third line.
Right. There we are. It says, Dear Dad, if you come in, you will find me at the Hotel Wilson. Ask for Mrs. T.J. Ryan.
You are right, Phil. She's using the safe deposit box for a mailbox. She's given him the other key to the box, and she's expecting him to come back.
Yep. And it's only a matter of time until he walks into our hands. If you can hang out that long.
Don't worry about me. I'll sit down in that vault for the next year if I have to.
While King stakes out 16 hours a day in the vault, and G.I., his partner, keeps tab on the outside activities of Mrs. Ryan, Sheriff Jones enlists the aid of his wife, and the wife of Under Sheriff George Overholt, who, using assumed names, move into the hotel in the next room to Mrs. Ryan, seek to make her acquaintance, gain her confidence. May 28, 1924. Officers piece together the second note removed from the safe deposit vault. It reads,
Go to your aunt's house and stay there until I see you. Very important.
May 29th. In the morning, the following note is removed and torn to bits.
Dear Daddy, I closed up the ranch and I'm here at the Hotel Wilson, 17th and Gold Street.
And in the afternoon, the officers discover...
Dear Daddy, have closed up the ranch. A man was there looking for you. Go to your aunt's house and get in touch with me. Very important.
June 10th, 1924.
Dear Daddy, phone me at the Hotel Wilson, room 411, under the name of Mrs. T.J. Ryan. May get another room, but will stay in the same hotel. Very important. Have sale for property, but can't sell unless you sign it in my name. Hurry and come to me. I need you.
Day after day, week after week, the distraught Mrs. Ryan leaves her plaintive messages in the safe deposit box for her absent husband, never knowing that she is constantly under the surveillance of the law. That those two nice ladies next door are wives of the law. That across the street, the law sits with field glasses watching her when she's at home. That she is accompanied by the law when she goes out on the street. That within 6 feet of her as she enters the bank vault sits the law. That she is unwittingly serving as a decoy for her husband. Hiding in the bank vault, day after weary day, sits Deputy Sheriff King. May becomes June. June melts scorching into July, and July gives way to August. It seems futile, hopeless, yet King will not give up. And on the 74th day of his vigil, a short man with baldish head appears at the vault. Signing the name T.J. Ryan in the register, he goes to box 1407. King, recognizing him, takes a fleeting glance at the register and steps up behind him.
Up your hands, Griffin.
What?
Hi. Just make sure you haven't got a gat hidden somewhere.
Hey, what's this all about?
You're under arrest.
For what?
Hold up and robbery of the Clovis Bank last February. Stick out your arms.
Hey, it's a bum beef, copper. I don't know anything about it.
Show that to the judge.
Who's that? Is that you, Daddy?
Open up, Mrs. Ryan.
Who is it?
Officers of the law. Open up and we'll break the door down.
All right. I'm coming. What is it? What do you...
You're under arrest.
What for?
Suspicion of bank robbery.
Suspicion of... Did they get Tom? Did they get him?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Oh, Tom. Oh, my poor Daddy.
Come along, ma'am.
Griffin, stoutly proclaiming his innocence, is brought back to Fresno to face trial. The woman who had passed as his wife is released for lack of sufficient evidence to prosecute. Griffin is sentenced to Folsom Penitentiary for from 5 years to life. But a year and a half later, in the stone quarry at Folsom...
How about you boys? You all set? Sure. Here you go. Now, don't forget, Mike, when you get the truck wheeled outside the wall, ask that bull to go in with you. Don't give him any excuse you like, but get him back inside.
Sure, I know. Hey, watch out. That gun bull's looking our way.
Well, don't act dumb. Start loading the truck some more.
There. He's gone.
Okay. Come on, Eddie. You and Red slide him with the truck. Yeah. It's a nice job you did on this platform, Mike.
Sure, I fixed it good. You know, I'm getting out in a few more years. You guys have got life here. What the devil? You need a break.
Okay, Mike. We're all tucked away underneath. I'll go in the truck.
All right. Here we go.
Hey, guard.
Dump truck going out. Okay, come along. Hurry it up. All right. Dump it here, Mike.
Oh.
What the devil's the matter with you?
Oh, I got a pain again. Say, maybe you better take me back to see the doctor. Oh.
What are you doing, stalling?
No, on the level, I got a real bad pain. You know, I catch it like that often. We better see the doc.
Well, okay, come on.
Oh,
Okay, boys. They're back inside the wall. Come on. Hear that, Mike's a swell actor, ain't it? Well, sir. All right, boys, can the chatter. Come on. Down the bank with you. They'll miss us in a minute.
California looking for us.
2 days now, working nights, nothing to eat, in the woods full of cops.
We ain't come 50 miles.
I wish we was back inside. At least we'd eat. All right. You guys want to go back? Go ahead. All right, it was my idea to break. I ain't sorry.
And I'm worse off than any of you coughing my lungs up every minute. But I still say I'm better off this way. Instead and stir all my life.
If we don't go back, they'll shoot us down.
And if we do, they'll put it in the hole.
At least they give you bread and water in the hole.
I'm for going back.
So am I.
Yellow rat. Go on back. But I ain't going back. They'll never get me alive.
But don't you see, Griffin?
Yeah, sure, I see. Go on back. I don't want guys with me that are yellow. Go on back. I'm going on. I'm breaking clean free. I ain't never going back to no prison.
Come on, Red. Let's scramble. We still got time. He's third simple.
Yellow rats. I'm going on. I'm never going back to no jail.
They found Thomas Griffin the Owl, the three-time loser, dead by the side of the road the next morning. I leave it to the judgment of the listener whether the quick reward from a bank robbery was worth the life he led, the price he paid, and the death he died. Griffin's partner in the Clovis Bank holdup, Felix Sloper, was caught some time later when he tried to shoot his way out of a San Francisco bank robbery. Sloper sent a bullet through a police officer on that job, but in the end, society sent him crashing through the gallows at San Quentin.
Thank you, Sheriff Overholt. How can any red-blooded boy or girl listen to this program and not feel the urge to join the police in their war on crime? Rio Grande has organized a junior police department, which now has hundreds of thousands of members. So boys and girls can learn detective work and police methods. Every member of this junior police department is entitled to a free detective microscope, fingerprint outfit, mystery writing and code outfit, as well as guns, handcuffs, badges, and many other articles, all free. Your neighborhood dealer who sells Rio Grande cracked gasoline will help you get this complete junior police outfit in a hurry. Ask him. Millions of motorists all over America are now taking their cars to the nearest dealer selling Sinclair motor oils to Sinclairize for summer. The time has come to change oil and lubricants throughout your car. And every Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer is now a trained specialist in Sinclair scientific lubrication. Because Sinclair is one of the world's largest manufacturers of lubricants, all Rio Grande dealers are equipped with authoritative, up-to-the-minute information on exactly how and what oils and lubricants to apply to every car made according to its mileage. You can Sinclairize for summer wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold.
Cars, attention all cars. Fresno Sheriff's Office calling all cars. A cancellation broadcast 129 regarding a bank holdup in Clovis. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
how do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Once ever so often, we take for our subject a case which is not really one of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Today's subject, for instance, which we call the case of the kindly doctor. To begin with, it took place some 90 years ago, in 1859. By the way, Percy, how old is Scotland Yard?
It's a good deal older than that, Clive. In fact, you can trace its history right back to the Bow Street Runners. One of these days, we might tell the story how Scotland Yard began.
That's a good idea, Percy. But Scotland Yard didn't come into the case of Dr. Thomas Smethurst. In fact, from the point of view of the police, the case of the kindly doctor was all too simple. However, when the trial began, or rather the trials, the fur really started to fly.
You're right, Clive. The trials of Dr. Smethurst are among the classics of English legal history.
When you hear his story, I think you'll agree that Dr. Smethurst was the kind of doctor whose bedside manner was certainly quite unique. Such a nice, kind doctor. The Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey, London, Thursday the 7th of July, 1859. Dr. Thomas Smethurst is charged with the willful murder of Isabella Banks. Mr. Sergeant Valentine makes the opening speech for the Crown.
The charge I am about to prefer is one of a most serious character. The allegation is that the accused at the bar took away the life of a fellow creature by poison. The accused is a man of information and learning, and he availed himself of the knowledge he possesses and made use of a slow and irritant poison, which he administered himself. Probably you will be of opinion, when you have heard the evidence, that every means was taken by him from the beginning to shroud the whole affair in the deepest mystery.
When our story begins, the romantic Dr. Smethurst is living with his wife, a woman considerably older than himself, at a very respectable lodging house, number 4, Rifle Terrace, Bayswater. It was while he was living there that Miss Isabella Banks first met the doctor. Miss Banks was a lady of respectable family and possessed property to the extent of £1,800. She also had a life interest in £5,000, which on her death went to the other members of the family. This is rather an important point, as you'll realize later. A friendship soon sprang up between Dr. Smethurst and Miss Banks. Friendship is perhaps rather a mild word for it, because some weeks later their landlady found it was necessary to have a word with them both.
Now, Dr. Smethurst, I've been waiting for a chance to speak to you for some time, and I think it's just as well that Miss Banks should be present.
Oh, really, Thomas, if you'll excuse me.
No, dear, I think we should hear what she has to say.
I haven't got much to say, but it's to the point. I simply will not allow such goings-on. There's your dear wife upstairs, Dr. Smethurst, and you downstairs up to I don't know what.
And what do you propose to do about it?
Just this. Miss Banks has got to go. I'll give her till the end of the week, but after that I shall be obliged if she'll find fresh lodgings. I'm not going to ask you to leave, Dr. Smethurst. You and Mrs. Smethurst have been here some time. But these are my final words to you, Miss Banks. You've got to go.
And so she went. But a fortnight later, Dr. Smethurst made his departure too. And if you and I had visited a church in the neighborhood of Battersea on the 9th of December that year, you might have been present at a touching little ceremony.
Repeat after me. I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part. Well, as matters turned out, Dr. Smethurst had only some 6 months in which to concentrate his loving and cherishing, because by May the 2nd, Isabella Banks was dead. But we're going a little too fast. The so-called marriage took place in December, and in April, Louisa Banks, sister of dear Isabella, had a letter from Dr. Smethurst. It was marked
private and confidential. Dear Miss Banks, your dear sister wishes me to request the favor of your calling upon her as early as convenient, as she is really very ill and desires to see you. She also wishes me to say that you will greatly oblige by coming alone. Rail from Waterloo Station about every half hour, and Richmond buses from the White Horse Cellar, Piccadilly, about as often. Yours sincerely, T. Smethurst, 10 Alma Villas, Richmond Hill.
When Sister Louisa arrived, she found Isabella in bed, in a very feeble state.
Isabella, my dear, what's the matter? Oh, don't say anything about it. It'll be all right when I get well, won't it, dear?
Yes, it'll be all right soon.
But what is being done about it?
She's having the very best medical attention.
Yes, Dr. Julius from Richmond comes to see me every day, and now there's another doctor coming as well, Dr. Bird. But I'm afraid I'm still sick, sometimes several times each day. But when I get well, all will be right, won't it, dear?
Yes, my dear. It's just a matter of time.
And time was running short. For on the 30th of April, a Saturday, Dr. Smethurst visited a solicitor of Richmond, Mr. Senior, taking with him a draft in his own handwriting of a document of some importance.
Mr. Senior?
That's my name.
I've come to see you, Mr. Senior, to find out whether it would be possible for you to come up the hill to the lodgings at which I'm residing in order to make a will for a lady.
Why, certainly. I could, if necessary, come at once.
No, not today. Today would not be convenient. It would have to be tomorrow. I'm afraid the lady will be too ill to see you this afternoon.
But today is Saturday. I presume you mean you would like me to come on Monday?
No, I mean tomorrow.
I must say, Mr.
Dr. Smethurst.
I must say, Dr. Smethurst, I don't like doing business on Sunday. And for that matter, the law doesn't like wills being executed on a Sunday. But I suppose if it's a question of necessity, I shall have to do it.
I have with me a draft of the will. It was drawn up by a barrister friend of mine in London. As a matter of fact, the lady wished to write it herself. But I thought it would be better to be done by a professional man.
Right. Let me have a look at it, will you?
This is Mr. Senior, my dear. The gentleman who's come to make your will.
Yes, my dear, of course. I have the paper here.
Let me give it to Mr. Senior, Isabella, dear.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the document we drew up on Saturday.
It is?
It will be necessary to have another witness.
I'll ring for the daughter of our landlady. Meantime, perhaps you'll read the will. Would you like to hear it, dear?
It's not really necessary. I've read it.
Nevertheless, I think you should hear it again.
This is the last will and testament of me, Isabel Banks, now residing at number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, in the county of Surrey, spinster. I give and bequeath to my beloved friend Miss Jenkins of Walthamstow, Essex, my brooch set with brilliants and pearls and containing the hair of my late father. And as to my real and personal property, estate and effects, whatsoever and wheresoever, and of what nature or kind soever the same may be, I give, devise, and bequeath the same unto my sincere and beloved friend Thomas Smethurst, Doctor of Medicine, now also of number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, aforesaid, for his own use absolutely forever. I hereby appoint the said Thomas Smethurst sole executor of this my will.
By this time, Dr. Julius had started to become a trifle suspicious. Miss Banks showed no signs of improvement. She was constantly sick, and the doctor suspected that some irritant poison was being given to her. He mentioned this to his partner, Dr. Bird, and as Miss Banks still did not improve, decided to call in Dr. Todd, a well-known consultant attached to King's College Hospital. He agreed with a diagnosis of poisoning, but no trace of poison could be found. A second examination was made, and arsenic was discovered. Dr. Smethurst was arrested and charged with
feloniously administering poison to one Isabella Banks.
Your worship, I protest.
I've been arrested in my own house and brought before you on this ridiculous charge.
Be silent.
But this lady is in the gravest condition. I've been forced to leave her at a critical moment. I must ask to be allowed to return to her at once, this evening.
And, strangely enough, the magistrate granted Dr. Smethurst's request. He was allowed bail and hastened back to the bedside of Isabella. He was not, however, allowed to interfere in any way with her treatment. On the following morning, she died. It was in these circumstances that Dr. Smethurst faced his trial at the Old Bailey on the 7th of July, 1859. From the very start, it was dramatic. On the second day, one of the jurymen fell ill, and the first trial had to be abandoned. In August, Dr. Smethurst came up for trial again. One after another, the doctors gave their evidence.
I am physician to King's College Hospital. Dr. Julius told me the nature of the case before I saw the deceased, but he did not tell me his suspicion that irritants were being administered to her. When I saw the deceased, I noticed a peculiar expression of countenance, an expression of terror, as though she was under the influence of someone, and that was not in accordance with the appearance of a patient suffering from an ordinary disease.
During my practice, I've seen many cases of acute dysentery of an epidemic character. In my opinion, none of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased was a proof that she died of acute dysentery. I am of the opinion that her death was the result of some irritant poison having been administered to her.
Witnesses were called to tell the whole sordid story of the doctor's relationship with Miss Banks. The solicitor gave evidence concerning the rather unfortunate circumstances in which her will was made. Everything seemed to tell against Dr. Smethurst. Louisa, her sister, for instance, told of her first visit to Richmond.
I went upstairs and found she was very much altered, but she knew me and she put out her hand and tried to speak, but was unable to do so. I only remained in the room a few minutes. Dr. Smethurst was there all the time. I'd taken some soup with me for my sister, but the accused said it was too strong for her, and he mixed some warm water with a portion of it. Dr. Smethurst then said he'd take it downstairs to cool, and he left the room for about a minute. When he returned, he gave the soup to my sister, and she was very sick. I only saw her once after this. As Dr. Smethurst told me, she could not bear me in the room.
A critical moment of the doctor's trial occurred when Dr. Taylor, the analyst, was giving evidence concerning the first discovery of arsenic.
I next examined the medicines that had been supplied by Dr. Julius and found that they contained the ingredients of which they were represented to be composed. I examined another bottle, number 21, which appeared to contain a clear watery liquid of a saline taste, and I tested a portion of the contents by a Ranchi's test. And upon first trying the copper, it was entirely consumed. I made a further test, which led me to suppose that there was arsenic present in the solution.
Which led you to suppose?
Yes.
And this was the evidence you gave before the magistrates when Dr. Smethurst was first charged?
That is correct.
But since then, you have made a further statement.
Yes. It turned out that I was mistaken, and that it did not contain either arsenic or antimony, but that the arsenical appearances originally produced came from the copper galls.
That little mistake over bottle number 21 was the first hint that perhaps things were not quite as black as they looked for Dr. Smethurst. If ever a man was confronted by damning evidence, it was the nice, kind doctor. But as yet, little had been said in his defense. By the third day of his trial, all London was consumed with interest to learn the outcome, for by the third day, evidence of a strange and unexpected kind was to be brought forward. Dr. Smethurst, it appeared, might still have the ace up his sleeve. On the third day of the trial of Dr. Thomas Smethurst, counsel for the defense, Mr. Sergeant Parry, rose to make his speech.
After having undergone the agony of a double trial and having endured for a long period the accumulation of prejudice that has been cast upon him, the unfortunate gentleman at the bar has at last the opportunity of laying before a jury of his countrymen the defense he has to offer upon this most serious charge. What is the charge against the accused? It is that he inveigled the unhappy lady into his power, and that he basely and cruelly murdered her for the sake of her property. I believe that the will made by the deceased was the entire foundation for this charge, and that no charge would have been made against the accused if this will had not been executed. Supposing, however, that the will was to be taken as evidence of a motive, what was that motive? It was that he had perpetrated this crime to obtain possession of about 1,700 or 1,800 pounds. But he would equally have come into possession of it if the deceased had lived, for it was clear she was deeply attached to him, and that she had handed over to him the dividend that she received in April. While she lived also, she was entitled to a life interest in £5,000, and the accused would have had the benefit of that also. And therefore he had a much stronger motive for her to live than he had to destroy her.
Having disputed the motive, the defense now moved on to even more controversial ground, for just as the prosecution had called one medical witness after another, the defense retaliated.
I am a doctor of medicine, a licentiate of the College of Physicians, and professor of anatomy at the Grosvenor Place School of Medicine. I have heard the evidence as to the symptoms of the deceased, and in my opinion, they are not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I'm a doctor of medicine and a lecturer on practical and experimental chemistry. I've heard the evidence of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased and the appearances presented upon the post-mortem examination. And according to my opinion, all these symptoms are consistent with the deceased having died a natural death. And, in my opinion, she died of dysentery.
There was a further complication when the medical witnesses revealed that Miss Banks was expecting a child. One way and another, the doctors managed to contradict each other with alarming frequency. All the circumstances were against Dr. Smethurst, but the medical evidence, on which the case really rested, was not conclusive. Dr. Smethurst could have poisoned Isabella. In fact, it very much looked as though he had. But, and it was a big but, it seemed equally possible that he hadn't. The judge, in his summing up, went very fully into all the evidence given in the case, occupying some 9 hours in his address to the jury. He pointed out to the jury the basis on which they must consider their verdict.
Gentlemen, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
How say you? Is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
It is my painful duty to record him guilty.
I swear to God that I'm perfectly innocent.
Dr. Smethurst was then called up for judgment. Before being sentenced, he spoke from the dock for over half an hour. His speech contained a number of inconsistencies to which the judge drew attention before saying,
I think you must be perfectly aware that if the whole of it were true, it could not interfere with the painful and awful duty I have to discharge. And it remains for me only to pass the sentence of the law, which is that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution, and that there you be hanged by the neck until you be dead, and that your body be afterwards buried in the prison in which you were confined previous to your execution. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The execution of the judgment of the court is committed to the sheriff of the county of Surrey, where the offense was committed.
I declare Dr. Julius to be my murderer. I am innocent!
But this was not the end of the story, for the sentence of Dr. Smethurst brought forth a fresh wave of interest and indignation. The Times was full of letters from doctors, lawyers, and people from every walk of life, including even a letter from Dr. Smethurst's legal wife, who protested his innocence. There was no doubt about it. Whether you believed the doctor was guilty or innocent, There was quite a lot of evidence to support your story. Too much evidence to make the verdict as clear-cut as a verdict should be in an English court of law. All the letters and all the petitions poured into the office of the Home Secretary, and surrounded by so many conflicting opinions, the Home Secretary decided to rest his case on one opinion. He sent all the evidence and all the documents to a personal friend, and the foremost surgeon of his day, Sir Benjamin Collins Brodie, who, after considering the case, replied,
My dear sir, having carefully gone over the papers which were forwarded and relating to the trial of Thomas Smethurst, I send the conclusions at which, using my best judgment, I have been able to arrive. Smethurst's indifferent moral character rendered him a just object of suspicion. 2. There is really no trustworthy evidence of Miss Banks having taken arsenic, and indeed, many of the symptoms which it is well known arsenic produces were absent in Miss Banks's case. 3. Since his conviction, nothing has been found to show that Smethurst had purchased poison at any chemist's, or that he had taken any other means of procuring it. 4. It is rather in Smethurst's favour that although the period of her death was uncertain, the will under which he inherited Miss Banks's property was not made until within a very short time from the fatal termination of her illness. Taking into consideration all that I have now stated, I own that the impression in my own mind is that there is not absolute and complete evidence of Smethurst's guilt. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, D.C. Brodie.
For a great many years, Monday had been the day upon which executions took place in the county. But as this meant the erection of the scaffold on the top of the jail on Sunday, adverse criticism led to the alteration of the day to Tuesday. And, according to the custom of the time, Tuesday fortnight was fixed for the carrying out of Smethurst's sentence. Time went by, and only 48 hours before the appointed day, the Home Secretary received the reply from Sir Benjamin Brodie. The Home Secretary made his decision.
After a very careful and anxious consideration of all the facts, I have come to the conclusion there is sufficient doubt of the prisoner's guilt to render it my duty to advise the grant to him of a free pardon, which will be restricted to the particular offence of which he stands convicted. It is my intention to institute a prosecution against him for bigamy. The necessity which I have felt for advising Her Majesty to grant a free pardon in this case has not, as it appears to me, arisen from any defects in the constitution or proceedings of our criminal tribunals. It has arisen from the imperfection of medical science and from the fallibility of judgment in an obscure malady, even of a skillful and experienced medical practitioners.
And thus the Home Secretary managed to get himself out of a dilemma by annoying the medical experts on both sides, who were at last unanimous on one point. They deeply resented the Home Secretary's remarks. The law didn't waste any time, and in point of fact, Dr. Smethurst was brought up on a charge of bigamy before his pardon had been confirmed. In the course of his defense, Dr. Smethurst's counsel alluded to this pardon.
I am sure the jury will agree with me that the prisoner ought to be now treated upon the footing that he is perfectly innocent of the crime of murder. And I cannot help expressing my opinion that the Home Secretary has done himself great honor by the investigation he has made, and which has resulted in his advising Her Majesty to grant the prisoner a free pardon.
If I may interrupt, I must say that the learned counsel is hardly justified in making the observation he has done with regard to the innocence of the prisoner of the crime of murder. A pardon is no more a certificate of innocence than a verdict of not guilty. Silence.
Throughout these proceedings, Dr. Smethurst didn't utter a single word. After all, there was very little for him to say.
You have found the prisoner guilty on this charge, and I have consulted with the officers of the court upon the subject, and they have concurred with me that the sentence I am about to pronounce is a proper one, and that is that you be imprisoned and kept to hard labor for 1 year.
And that, you might think, would be the last appearance in the court of law of our friend, the doctor. Far from it. Having had so much trouble over the little matter of Isabella Banks's will, Dr. Smethurst was not likely to forget it. And having completed his year's vacation at Her Majesty's expense, he returned to the battle determined to get his dues. He produced the famous will and endeavored to prove it. Sister Louisa claimed that it had been procured by undue influence and control of the plaintiff, and that her sister had not been of sound mind. Once again, the old story was told in court.
After Dr. Smithhurst was taken into custody for the first time, I went immediately to my sister. She thanked me for my kindness and wished me to be with her. I was with her until just before she died. Except on that occasion, I never had any private communication with her.
I am not able to assign any natural cause for her death. I had ordered medicines principally of a soothing character. None of the medicines I ordered would account for the appearances that were exhibited. Certainly not.
In my opinion, the symptoms of the deceased were not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I believe that her death was occasioned by the administration of some irritant poison, such as arsenic, antimony, or corrosive sublimate.
The old story. But you see, they couldn't really prove it one way or the other. And Dr. Smethurst again had the benefit of the doubt. The court ordered probate of the will to be granted to the plaintiff. In other words, he got the money too. Well, Percy, what do you think about the case?
I know one thing, Clive. It couldn't happen today.
I should hope not. But why exactly do you say that?
Well, you must remember this case occurred in 1859. Since then, the scientific tests for arsenic have been so greatly advanced that any doubt on the presence of the poison would be removed. Today, it can be detected in the hair or the fingernails. Of course, there was the interim period.
You mean, Percy, we might have got away with it? But how?
That's one of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
After hearing Percy Hoskins, I think you'll agree that it may be a very good thing, too, that that nice, kind Dr. Smethurst lived when he did, nearly 90 years ago. Well, that's all for now. But Percy Hoskins and I will be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. Black Museum. It's a repository of death. Here in the grimy stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a phonograph record, a postcard, a color photograph, a simple statuette, all are touched by murder. Has 2 scribbled notes, bits of paper with 3 words scrawled across them. Slogan known around the world, a slogan you recognize. Words created in the kind of lonely fun men far from home, men at war, have enjoyed through all of history.
What's it mean, Inspector?
It would be nice to know, Sergeant. I suspect that if we did know, we'd have the answer to this nasty business.
Well, this killer, sir, it's possible he's an American. That phrase was American, sir, all through the war. Kilroy was here.
Kilroy was here. And he's still here. In the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
The Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Here's a typewriter. Your secretary uses one. Perhaps your son or daughter write their school essays on a machine like this. This one is used to write a letter. That letter brought a woman to an address and death to the author of that letter. Here are the notes. Scrawled on lined paper such as children use, children who are just learning to write. And a photograph showing the same 3 words scratched on a wooden surface. 3 times 3 was a number in witchcraft in ancient times. 3 times 3 words were written. This wasn't witchcraft, merely murder. Began for Inspector Liggett and Sergeant Porter in the usual manner. The telephone rang in the inspector's office at the yard.
Inspector Liggett here.
Sergeant Garth, 11th District Metropolitan Police, sir. We're at the Royal Roost, sir. Private supper club, 15 Marley Court. The proprietor, Matt Bolton, has been shot and killed, Inspector.
Very well, we'll be right along. Well, Sir Matt Bolton has finally departed this earth, Porter.
In the expected manner?
In the expected manner.
You wouldn't know Matt Bolton. 99 chances out of 100 you never heard of him. But enough people had heard of him to net Matt Bolton a neat 6-figure income from various protective associations and entertainment enterprises, such as the Royal Roost, one of those small private supper clubs, manages to keep its license by operating just within the law. The club was easy to find. In place of a neon sign, there was a police constable at the door.
Yeah, looks like it's this way, I think.
Coffee in here, Inspector?
It always is in these places. Apparently a good many people prefer to amuse themselves breathing a combination of tobacco and poor liquor fumes rather than good fresh air.
Quite a costume on those girls.
The roosters in the Royal Rooster. Get it, Sergeant?
I've never seen a rooster with so little on besides tail feathers.
Neither have I. Look, we'd better get to work, Sergeant.
The 2 policemen crossed the nightclub, skirted the dance floor, and quietly passed through the doorway near the bandstand. To their left, another door stood open, revealing a cubicle complete with mirror lights, another girlish rooster, a man, and a body. A body full length on the floor. The girl was saying,
Look, we simply can't send a chorus out once more. Do I get to do my act or don't I?
I'm Inspector Liggett, Sergeant. The young lady may do her act. I doubt if she'll try to go outside the club in that costume.
Well, thank you, Inspector. First, this man said he thought the show ought to go on so the customers wouldn't be disturbed, and then he held me here. Well, look, that's my cue. I'll be back. Don't worry. I'm not going anyplace. You're so right about that, Inspector.
Knows her way around, that girl, sir. Found the body. Didn't turn her hair.
So I notice. Find the weapon, Sergeant?
No, sir, not in here.
Porter, check the exits.
Very good, sir. Oh, we've done that, sir. Only 2. The way you came and the back door, fire exit. No one in the kitchen saw or heard anything. We haven't touched the body. Waited for you and the medical examiner, sir.
Very good. All right. Turn out his pockets, Porter.
Yes, sir. Here's something, Inspector. Tucked in his breast pocket.
Quite a touch. I take it you didn't see this, Garth?
No, sir. We left the body strictly as it was.
Odd. Almost a signature. It's a note. Kilroy was here.
For a moment, memories of other days crowded into the tiny dressing room. A phrase which had meant chuckles once seemed incongruous in that atmosphere of violent death. And then Mabel was back with boyfriend.
May I inquire who your escort is, Miss Martin?
Larry King, meet Scotland Yard.
Gentlemen, how do you do? Is this your usual practice, Mr. King?
If you mean escorting Miss Martin home, that's correct.
You are good friends?
We're engaged.
I see. Miss Martin, before you leave us to get dressed, during your employment here, have you ever had any trouble with Mr. Bolton?
Do you mean, did he make advances?
Yes.
Well, naturally.
I see. Mr. King, did you know about these advances?
I did.
Did you ever have any trouble with Mr. Bolton?
Nothing to speak of?
Of course, it never is anything to speak of. You served during the recent war.
I did. 8th Army. All the way from Tobruk to northern Italy.
Does the expression Kilroy was here mean anything to you?
The Americans, 5th Army, they used it. I've seen it many times.
Very well. Leave your addresses, both of you, with Sergeant Garth here. And don't leave the city. We may need you. That's all for now.
Now the routine begins. Inspector Liggett and Sergeant Porter return to the yard. The orders go out.
Have them run a complete check on Bolton's pals. They'll all have alibis, but run the check anyway.
That was a start. Now the patient waiting, putting together the few facts available. It's the hardest part of police work anywhere.
So, Porter, no prints on that note except yours and mine.
Correct, Inspector.
What have you got on King and the girl?
She's, remarkably respectable.
Nothing remarkable, Sergeant. What about him?
He's a lawyer in the city, rather successful. Good reputation.
Ever cross Bolton's path in his work?
Nope. He's a copyright lawyer. Deals with writers, mostly.
Nothing there, then.
Takes patience. Lots of it. Check and recheck. Wait for information. Wait for the telephone to ring.
Inspector Liggett here.
Detective Ashton, sir. 23rd District.
Go ahead, Ashton.
At 14.5 Haven Mews, sir. We've been watching the place, sir. That King fella lives there.
Yes, I know.
The superintendent's wife has been found, sir, on the cellar steps, strangled. We found the note in her apron pocket. Kilroy was here, it says.
Wait for the telephone to ring, and when it does ring, another death, another note. No solution. Merely complication piled on complication. A short while later, in the basement apartment of the newly widowed janitor.
You found her yourself, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir. Lying there she was on the cellar steps. I was going down to look at the oil burner.
I see. Now, your wife have any enemies, Mr. Evans?
No, sir, no. Where would the likes of us come in, having enemies? Quarrelsome a little, you might say. But what woman isn't?
Oh, she quarreled with you?
With me, mostly. Not that I could blame her. It's hard work, a place like this, you know. Once in a while with a tenant... Well, the children in 4B, for instance, they write on the walls. So my wife argues with the mother.
Mm-hmm.
The nice young man in 6G lets the bathtub run over. 5G complains. My wife scolds Mr. King.
I see, yes. Now, is Mr. King at home now?
Oh, I believe so, sir.
All right. Thank you. We'll do our best to find whoever killed your wife, Mr. Evans.
Oh, thank you, sir. She had a temper, I know, but she never did no real harm.
Up in the self-service elevator on the 6th floor. Find 6G and ring the bell. have it opened not by Larry King, but by Mabel Martin, far more fully dressed than the last time the inspector saw her.
Well, Miss Martin, collected the insurance yet?
Cut it out, Inspector. I don't have to stand for that sort of thing. In fact, I could ask you for a warrant before I let you in here.
But you won't, will you, Mr. King?
Ask your questions. They're about Mrs. Evans, I assume.
Oh, Larry, please.
Don't worry, darling. Ask your questions, Inspector.
You quarreled with Mrs. Evans?
I did. I wanted my bathtub fixed. The drain was backing up. She told me to go to fix it myself, that's all.
You're sure that was all? Murder seems to have a way of happening in your vicinity, King.
Is that an accusation?
What's all this to do with Matt Bolton?
I don't know. But there is a link. Quite a clear link, Miss Martin. You see, on Mrs. Evans, we found a bit of paper, and on it was scrawled, Kilroy was here. Any ideas on that, ex-soldier, now Solicitor King?
Solicitor King had nothing to say. His puzzlement, his lack of knowledge seemed honest enough. Inspector Liggett drew no conclusions. He waited. The routine continued. The reports came in.
The Martingale is a new job. Same type of club. I've seen the act, Inspector. Same songs. More clothes.
Nothing on Bolton's cronies. Every one of them has an alibi.
Yes, King seems to follow a set routine, Inspector. To the office, back home, dinner, then calls for the girl. Even eats his lunch at the same time every day in the same restaurant.
Nothing much to go on there, just a time of waiting. A week passed. The telephone rang once again.
Inspector Liggett here.
Detective Ashton, sir. We've another one for you.
What?
Yes, sir. A butcher this time. Name of Andrews. 2 blocks from the apartment house where King lives. Head bashed in with his own mallet. Scratched on the chopping block with one of his own knives is the same old message, sir. Kilroy was here.
Kilroy was here. Familiar words with a smile in their words to remember fondly. 3 times they appear. On a butcher's block, on scraps of paper, and today they can be seen in the Black Museum. A 3rd killing, and signed exactly the same way. Kilroy was here. More, this murder had taken place within a few blocks of 14.5 Haven Mews, where Larry King lived. The same young man who was the secret fiancé of the singer, and whose dressing room the first body had been found. The same young man who lived in the house where the janitor's wife had been strangled. Inspector Liggett lost no time reaching the scene of the latest crime.
Well, it's... so I am...
Ashton.
Yes, sir?
Anything fresh?
Just the things I reported, sir. There's the mallet, the weapon.
Yeah?
The message was scratched with this knife.
Any prints?
The laboratory crew are trying to raise some. Nothing yet.
Very well. Who's the woman?
The widow.
Mrs. Andrews, I really dislike bothering you with questions at this time, but you understand that speed may be the essence now.
Yes. Yes, of course, Inspector.
I understand that it was you who found your husband.
Yes. I stopped here to get some money for a dress. It'll have to be a black one now.
Did you always come to him for that kind of money?
Well, Jim had his ways. He was considerably older than I am. He seemed just strong when we first married, but, well, later he was... Well,
changed to domineering.
I understand, but now look, just a few more questions, please. Does the phrase on the chopping block mean anything to you?
Kilroy was here? No, it's just a... Well, I think I heard it on the radio once or twice.
From the way you described your husband, I'd say he was rather, well, positive in his opinion.
A mild way of putting it. Positive. Domineering, a man who brooked no argument. As the questions went on, the picture became more clear of a large, almost brutish man who covered his deficiencies with bluster and bullying. Finally...
just one more point, Mrs. Andrews. Did your husband ever argue with his customers? I mean, did he make any enemies among them?
Well, some. Only over little things.
Can you give me a specific instance?
Well, last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was last week. A nice young man said Jim was overcharging him. They had words. The man, his name is Larry King, from the apartment house on Haven Mews, he swore he'd never buy here again.
I see.
Have I helped, Inspector?
You may have. Just a little time will tell, I suspect. Just a little time.
A little time. Within the hour, Larry King was in custody, taken in charge for 24 hours on suspicion of complicity. His fingerprints revealed...
nothing.
His answers to the barrage of questions revealed...
nothing.
Wearily, the inspector and Sergeant Porter returned to the office to face unrelated facts and a no-progress report. Wearily, the inspector picked up the receiver of his office intercom.
Yes, Sergeant?
You have a caller, sir.
Who is it?
Miss Mabel Martin, sir. She insists on speaking with you.
Miss Martin was ushered in, seated in front of the desk.
I've got something to tell you, Inspector.
Please do.
Well, Larry didn't kill anybody.
Didn't he?
No. I did.
Steady, Sergeant. Please take down Miss Martin's statement. Now, I must warn you, Miss Martin, anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Yes, I understand.
Now the floodgates opened.
I killed all three of them and left the notes to make it look as though Larry did it.
So simple, so obvious.
Matt Bolton threatened me. He said if I didn't come back to him, he'd change his insurance policies and tell Larry about us. Well, I shot him. It was a .22 that Larry had given me.
One death accounted for. The policeman listened gravely.
Mrs. Evans was always snooping. She threatened to tell Larry about Matt and me. I did it in the cellar, behind the coal pile. I strangled her.
Quite logical. The inspector waited.
Andrews, the butcher, I used to shop there for Larry. Andrews made some advances. He reached for me, and I grabbed a meat cleaver, and then I scratched the note on the wood. That's the story, Inspector.
Yes. Tell me, how much do you weigh, Miss Martin?
Well, about 107 pounds. Why, what's that got to do with...
Sergeant Porter, what was the caliber of the bullet found in Matt Bolton?
.38 caliber, sir.
Thank you. And did you notice a coal pile in the cellar at 14.5 Haven Mews?
It's an oil burner, sir. Quite modern.
Thank you. And the weapon in the Andrews case?
A mallet, sir. Not a cleaver. A mallet.
And, Sergeant, can you picture a young woman of 107 pounds knocking out and killing a man of Andrews' size?
Not very well, sir.
Of course, it's obvious. Her heart and her courage are as large as she is, if not larger, but...
Oh, all right, have your fun. I've made a fool of myself, but Larry didn't kill anyone. I know that. I know it. You can't do this to her.
Look. I wouldn't worry, Miss Martin, if I were you. In fact, if I were you, I'd hurry out to the front of the building. Mr. King is about to be released, and I think you'll want to meet him there, won't you?
Oh, Inspector. Oh, Sergeant, Oh, forgive me, please.
How about it, Porter? Care to have a girl like that to marry?
Yes, sir. For more reasons than one. Where are we now, sir?
Offhand, Porter, I'd say we were just about where we were when we first heard of the Andrews killing. Put on your thinking cap, Sergeant. This is quite a problem.
They sat there in silence. Their minds sifted fact after fact. And once they'd been through the meager supply of facts on hand, they started over again. At one point, the inspector said, half to himself,
"There's something we're overlooking. Probably quite a simple point. It usually is, but...
He was quite right. In fact, the inspector was quite appalled, so appalled. He spoke in what amounted to a whisper.
Sergeant, hand me that telephone directory, please.
What? Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
No, thank you. Look, just get your hat, Sergeant.
Get my hat?
Yes, we're going back to 14.5 Haven Mews.
That's King's address.
Yes, and according to the directory, it is also the residence of one Joseph Kilroy, one of the 7 Kilroys listed in the London telephone directory.
Doesn't take long from Scotland Yard to Haven Mews, not when you travel by police car with the siren going. It doesn't take long to race upstairs to a 3rd-floor apartment, ring the doorbell.
Come in, gentlemen. I heard your arrival in the street. What took you so long, gentlemen? Oh, really, now.
Mr. Kilroy, I must warn you, anything you say...
Oh, that's all right. I understand. Don't mind in the least.
Well, I'll be...
Watch him, Sergeant.
I am, sir.
Frankly...
Liggett. Inspector Liggett.
Ah, yes, thank you. Frankly, Inspector, I'm rather annoyed with you. Here I go to all the trouble of killing a man so that nice young fellow in 6G could marry that cute little baggage he's going with. And you arrest him instead of me.
I see. I'm sorry about that, too. So you killed Bolton?
Saw him one night treating the girl really nastily in front of this house.
If I may ask, why the woman?
Oh, she was a nagger. Really annoying. And after I killed one, it struck me I couldn't be hanged more than once. So I might as well do old Evans, too.
Thoughtful of you, Mr. Kilroy.
That butcher was a private matter, though. He kicked a dog once. I saw him. Didn't treat his wife any better. No kids. Figured he'd leave her his money. So I got him with his own mallet. Quite simple, you see.
And, you signed your name to each one?
Oh, of course. Good deeds are scarce in this world. Thought I ought to get proper credit each time. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Sergeant! Good work, Sergeant.
He's strong, sir. Stronger than he looks.
Cases like this usually are. Well, we'll need the ambulance. Not the wagon this time, and use the telephone directory, Sergeant. I find them quite useful books when I remember to use them.
Who'd have thought it, sir? How many of our murderers are considerate enough to sign their killings, sir?
Murderers don't sign their work, do they? Unless, of course, their sense of humor is as twisted as their evaluation of human life. This killer did autograph his killings. And today those notes can be seen in the usual place for such things, in the Black Museum. Joe Kilroy was insane, of course, by every normal standard. Insane enough, certainly, to sign his name to 3 murders. And by every normal standard, the gentlemen of Scotland Yard acted correctly within the rules of their profession in tracing every possible motivation, every possible suspect, before they came to the obvious solution. After all, it is logical that when men spend their lives dealing with the deliberately obscured, they can actually fail to notice the openly obvious. Now the notes remain in their usual place, in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. Until we meet again in this same place for another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
Exciting Nickers journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.